How about now? Are we good? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I think it should be fine now. Maybe. Yep. It was OBS. OBS was not capturing the microphone. This always happens, and I keep forgetting to fix it. And then it happens on stream, you know? Hi Bart, hi. So we're gonna be nerding out about some stuff, you know? Twitter, hi. Thank you, glad you think so. I like it. I put quite a bit of effort into it. Hi Renee, hi. You can hear it, yes! Hearing is good. Hearing good. No, not crazy. No. You know, this is all a plan. It was a plan by our own Lord Gaben. Yes. Lord Gaben did it. Can I see Runic? In the other places? Hi. You guys you like big models, Zach. I hope you enjoyed the stream as well. We're gonna be nerding out. A little bit about all the Steam stuff. You know? Yeah. The Gabe Cube. Yes. That's what. Thank you. Clutch it. So we'll be nerding out about a few things, you know. He's okay. It's gonna be all the nice Steam stuff that we found today. We're just gonna go all out with it. I hope you all are ready. We're gonna go through a lot of stuff. So it's okay. You know, silly tomboy dork right here. All the nerdiness. Yeah. Much like the boys. I think I posted. Oh, I didn't post any other ones. Wait. I almost forgot. Not bad. Stumfrem. Hi, Pig. Hi. Welcome stream. Hi, yes. Welcome stream. Hi. Okay, found the thing. Let's do this. And then retweet. Welcome to the stream. We are gonna be nerding out. Yeah. It's all about that Steam stuff, you know? Because they announced a lot of stuff. We're gonna go through it. It's gonna be a thing. And then that. Oh, should I repost with that? No, I'm not. Okay, back to here and then here. Alright, okay, I see. Hello. Redeem, I just noticed it, sorry. Okay, so much to do, so little time. I hope y'all are doing okay. I'm gonna show quite a few little things. I got a few things ready in the background, ready to blast off. Including what certain things will mean for the future. Of everything we're doing, basically. Gaming and VR, machines, stuff. PC, not PC. It's gonna be a thing. I got quite a few things here. Quite a few things here we're gonna go through. So, we're gonna go through. Let me just do the thing. Come here, volume mixer. Where are you, volume mixer? I found the volume mixer. I don't see the thing. Oh, this is already as low as it can go. Okay. Can I just pause it so we can check out the rest now? Yeah, yeah. Hi Zero, like hi. Thank you. I go straight up pretty well. Yeah. Okay. So today was a day of many things, and we're gonna be talking about these many things. I'm gonna start, a bit slow. We're gonna start a bit slow with this, just a little bit slow and stuff. Uh, oh, I can actually just hide the menu. The thing that is over there. So I'll keep it. It's fine. It's whatever. Nah, I'm gonna hide it. Where's the thing? There it is. There. I hid the music player. If need be, I'll bring it back out. Um, I got a feeling it's not gonna be needed. Because we're just gonna be primarily looking at this stuff here. While we're talking and chatting, any questions you may have, I will answer. And we're gonna go from there. Yeah. Wait, did I put this here? Oh, I did. I don't need this one here. There we go. I will close it. I will close it. I will close it. Wait, let me go here real quick. Except for Steam Frame, at this point I'm just wondering if you'll be able to run your chat as standalone. I'll touch on that. Yep, I actually want to touch on that. I will be touching on that to make sure. Um, there's a lot of things I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk about even VR chat as standalone because it's a hybrid PC, right? We're going to be talking about a few things. There's a lot because there's a Steam Frame, there's the Steam machines. This is actually a very large shift. In a lot of things. Um, it's a very considerable shift in a lot of things, and I'll explain why. And later, I'm going to show why. Um, because I know a lot of people probably even have questions of SteamOS because Steam Frame is going to run on SteamOS. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to give a live demo of SteamOS running. I set everything up. I have, I'm just going to show it real quick so you can see what I mean. Here we are. This is SteamOS. It's here. And I'm going to showcase it. Also, because it's a part. Everything is going to be here. So we're going to give you a tour of all you can do on the SteamOS, which in turn is like Bazite and Linux itself. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is just a preview of what's to come. Right? Right. Because SteamOS is not even just this. This is just a part of it. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Um, we will be talking about a lot of things. A lot of things. Um, so I think, yeah, I have SteamOS. Yeah, I have SteamOS. I actually have a PC that is Linux only with Bazite, but remember when I said when I told like Hugh, Bart, and Jester when we were hanging out in VR chat that my Linux PC's PSU just yeah. So so I'm showcasing it using the Steam Deck, which is the only thing I have running that right now has Linux in any way or SteamOS. So it's good because it's going to be an actual tour of Steam OS in this case, and I can actually show what you can expect from a Steam machine and you know, and Steam Frame itself because the system is going to be the same. It's all going to be using the same system, so it's all good. Because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be wondering what to do. It's a game changer. If the pricing is less than 2K, it's going to shake up. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I completely agree. I completely agree. I'm going to compare it. I'm going to do like a massive comparison. You can see that I have a lot of links here. Everything is prepared with multiple links about everything. Videos, comparisons. I compiled a lot of data for this stream. I was thinking you had it. Oh no, 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 no. What I have on PC is Bazite, which is the closest to it's the closest to SteamOS without being SteamOS. It's Bazite. It's not what I'm using for the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck has SteamOS, so I'm gonna give you a tour of that. It's gonna be very similar to Bazite. It's still Linux, or Linux based, but you're gonna see it applied to the Steam ecosystem. They have a lot of things, even alternatives, because, Steam Frame does not use base stations. Base stations were completely deprecated with this thing. So, we have better. But I'm still going to explain how you can use a base station system with this. So there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to cover. And then there's this little thing that's a spoiler of something I'm still going to talk about that was revealed recently, and it's actually pretty big. We'll get there. So we're going to start simple. We're going to start with the trailer for everything Steam. Shall we? We're going to start with a simple trailer.
Hey everyone, this is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you with powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one.
I just pop. Pop.
This is the new Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind.
I'm gonna
It
explain
has
stuff.
all the great features from Steam Deck, like
After this.
trackpads, gyro, and back buttons, all in a comfortable form factor. Its next-generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb, or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime. With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge.
Hi, Vane.
Once you're charged up, snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam Machine. Oh, this is the new Steam Machine.
Oh, yeah, the Steam Machine, yeah.
Steam Machine is a powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy
I'm gonna be
since
talking
it's
about
6
this a
times more
lot.
powerful than a Steam Deck.
Just saying.
Powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage,
This is recent.
and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want, and it works with all your favorite desktop and gaming
not the
accessories.
ads.
Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh,
Seriously?
yep, this is Steam Frame.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the Steam frame. I have a lot to talk about this one too. You have no
Steam
idea.
Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games, VR and non VR alike,
Yeah.
in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam
all
Frame
connected.
controllers, included
It's all
with the
connected.
headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR
Ready,
titles,
ready.
like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset. To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes
Oh,
a wireless
wow.
adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over
Oh,
a
yes.
fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6
The Steam
connection.
frame is its
And the game is
own
streamed to your
dongle.
frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows
Its
for the
own
highest
dongle.
resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC. You can
Yep.
also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card.
Honestly, this thing looks so comfy.
Steam
for some
controller,
reason.
Steam machine, and Steam
Like,
Frame.
wow.
All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck.
Hi, Keith.
All
Hi,
powered
hi.
by Steam,
I can
work
see.
together, and can be used
Hello.
however you'd like with whatever peripherals and accessories you choose. Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our previous hardware experience and what we've wanted ourselves as gamers. Powerful
Yes, it's
PC gaming
Awesome.
in an open
Awesome.
ecosystem,
I'm gonna be talking
giving
all
you
about
more
it.
ways to enjoy the games you
All
love
about it.
and discover new ones.
All about it.
Steam Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam Frame are all shipping in early 2026. Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
Guess where we're going next? Is the video still going? Yeah. Wow. 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 I guess it was just spinning. So it's interesting to see that the controllers do have the finger tracking, yeah? A lot of people were like afraid it was not gonna have it. Valve frame. It's interesting why it was Valve Index at the time. Praise Lord Gavin, yes, 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 yes. Hi Michael. Hi. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this shit. I got things. We're gonna see a few videos. I do want to see this line of stick tip video because apparently they show certain things nicely. But I have it here for us to watch. I have it here for us to watch. But first, let's look at the Steam hardware page. Okay, let's go through the Steam hardware page and look through everything. Yes, I just wishlisted everything. The Adventures of Crop Top, you're damn right. Hey Violet, hi. Half-Life 3 announcement next way, maybe. I think... I actually want to talk about that. I have an image that I saved here. So this is if you look for everything that is recent, upcoming releases from Valve. Upcoming releases from Valve. You go to the game section, you see Deadlock. Right? You see something strange, though. You see one game listed. But it says there's two. This means that there's a game in the list that the total count is showing. But it's not listed yet. It's still hidden. Half-Life 3 confirmed. So, when we look at this very interesting situation right here that is easy to miss unless you're looking for this. I was about to say that. Pretty much. So there's a very big chance that actually is Half-Life 3 here. Or whatever it is here. That is just not listed. It still confirms it's 2. It's just not here. See what I mean? So I jumped you know, delusional maxing, absolutely. But you never know, right? What if it is? Because the rumor from multiple leaks, because, yep, GK the GM is, yeah. Because the rumors going from a lot of stuff is the game is going to be for both um, VR and not VR. So it's going to be desktop and VR compatible, right? So it's going to be like Half-Life Alex and then Half-Life Alex with the no VR mod that makes it play on desktop mode, to call it something, right? So we have that, right? We have that. So there's the rumors say that apparently Half-Life 3 is going to be like that, which would make a lot of sense. How do you sell new products? You have a very important software release to go alongside them. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Yuri. Hi, hi. It's the mini computer with the big heart. Thank you. Nice, nice, nice. That's right. Thank you for the raid. Let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. Um. Oh, thank you, Renee. Thank you. Heart of the Woods. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, hope your stream went well. I'm doing okay. We're talking about cha-cha. The announcements. I'm basically gonna be nerding out about this. But hope your stream went well. It's a very cute and gay game. I love it. Heck yeah. Awesome. I'll have to check it out. That sounds good. Just cute. And I guess chill, I hope. I'll have to check it out. But I hope you all had fun. Thank you for the raid. Imagine if it's Artifact too. Wouldn't that be a thing? Wouldn't that be a thing? Also, the Steam machine is henceforth called the Gabe Cube. It's not GameCube, it's not Steam machine, it's the Gabe Cube. Melts my heart every time. It also makes me cry. Oh, wow, okay. That's deep then. Hey, yo. The Steam machine is the Gabe Cube. No, not GameCube. No, 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 not GameCube. No. Let me. Not GameCube. No, 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 no. This. Gabe Cube. Gabe. Lord Gaben. Gabe Newell. It is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a little wireless microphone that I have. Sorry about that. Yeah. This is the Gabe Cube from Gabe Newell. No, no. Yes, the Gabe Cube. I'm less excited about Gabe. It's a fantastic name, right? It's like it's a cube, not right? It plays games, and it's made by Gabe's company. So, you know, Gabe Cube is a perfect name for it. Gabe is a cube. Yes. Gabe Newell. This is like, like Gabe Newell. This man. This man. He focused so hard. He became a cube. He became a cube. He became a cube. This man became a cube. He's 70 something years old now, right? 63. 63. He's 63. We just got our Lord and Savior, yes. Does it have to be square? I think it's more, You're going 3D. So you became cubic. It's more than a square. It's a square with depth. It's a cube. Sound is yes 24/7. 365 days wins. Yes. I I do have to say that I think the way he makes things work, I think is important. Sure. In the end, Valve is a company. Valve needs to make money. Yes. But I think it's important that they're doing it in a way that, you know, a happy customer is a returning customer. So they keep people happy. Your raid and runs of, oh, okay. Take care. Bye bye. Thank you for being here in the raid. So yeah, there we go. That is the game. Cube. We are going back here. And we are going to be talking about the next thing in this thing, which is the Steam controller. The Steam controller is very important. And we're going to, I'm a bit disappointed about the Steam machine specs. I was expecting a bit. No, I'll put the specs into perspective. I think everyone is not looking at the specs right. Everyone is looking at something thinking of Windows. That's wrong. That's wrong. Everyone's looking at the specs thinking of a Windows device. This is not a Windows device. This is not a Windows device. Mm-mm. Everyone's forgetting that. This is a very different beast. It's not the same. The specs are actually pretty huge. The specs are pretty huge. I'm going to put it all into perspective. That's why I have all of these things with comparisons and stuff. Believe me, before I started the stream, the moment I woke up after dinner, I started gathering all the info I needed for this. We're going to be nerding out for a while, analyzing all of this. I'm alright. Hi. Look, your future computer. It's the GameCube. It's the GameCube. See? It's the GameCube. I mean, the Steam machine. I'm sorry. It's the Steam machine. Yeah, it being magnetic, it's the Hall effect sticks, right? It's the Hall. It's the GameCube, yes. The GameCube. Nerd it up. I just had a Fozzie session time for some tech nerdery. Yeah. Holy bejesus, 61 months. Holy crap. That's a lot of time. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you, Barai. Yeah. Give a hand. Yeah. Okay, so we have a lot to cover. This is actually pretty massive in many ways. So we're gonna go in order, right? We're gonna talk about the controller. We're gonna talk about the Steam frame as well, but we're gonna just mention things. 5 years, oh my god, GG. Yeah, heck yeah. So we have this. What is the Steam controller? Allow me to open the Steam Deck page for perspective. For anyone who maybe hasn't seen Steam Decks completely yet, the Steam controller is essentially a Steam Deck without a screen. They picked up the best stuff of the Steam Deck, which is the fantastic input. The controller part of the Steam Deck is flexible, is great, and adapts to a lot of things. That is the controller. And it's amazing. This is great. I want this thing. This is literally a Steam Deck without the deck and just the controller. You know, it's like they just got here and they were like chop, put together. That's it. See? Yeah, this is gonna be fantastic. They just went chop, merge them together. Ta-da! See? Put the screen in the middle and you got this more Steam, less deck. Yes. This is gonna be amazing. The dongle of the controller is also the charger of the controller, which is pretty mental when you think about it. It's pretty mental when you think about it. Um, so these are magnetic, yes, just like you were saying. Um, it's Hall effect. The Hall effect sticks that have no drift, or at least not anytime soon, because they're just by magnet. There's no actual, let's say, wear and tear like with others, right? So these are Hall effect sticks. Hi, Monster, and hi, hi. Stealing working fight me here. Woo, ah, yeah. And there's another thing. So there's this really cool thing that the Steam Deck does, which is gyro aiming. This is great for FPS games or games with aiming. And what you do is just, grip it. You grip it. See here? Grip enable gyro, and you enable, so you just do this, and basically takes over as you move. And it's like you're controlling and aiming with it. The charging plus the wireless stack inside a tiny dongle. It's absolutely bonkers. It's a great idea because it ensures there's no interference because the dongle is going to be nearby. And, just fuck. So is there? There's the controller and the thing at the same time. And it's like, just, it's a chef's kiss situation. I can say, as someone who has a Steam Deck, that these touchpads work great. I guess that hi. Michael Steve, thank you for the reason. 13 months, yeah, that's it, yeah. With the deck and the dongle, I wonder if it'll take some of you still. I'm pretty sure it will. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gyro's annoying to me, however, when sniping. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's gonna be good. It's not for aiming. Yeah, the animation is funny. Yeah. Happy wife Fundo. My Fundo. Hey, oh. You are beautiful. Heck yeah. Welcome to the stream, Wallace. Hi, hi. The cool part is this, this is something you enable, so it's not always there, right? You just grip it, you enable it, you aim, snipe, and you're back to normal, right? Which is great. This is fantastic because it's just another feature that you can use when you need it for precision. Those specific moments of precision that you need to do the 360-degree spin no scope in the middle of the air, you know. It's for those MLG moments. The dongle animation is pretty cool. Trackpads work great. The trackpads themselves already will be really good for aiming. Gyro is an extra. There's grip buttons. Where was the thing? Thank you for the follow. For I say, I can say. Hi. Where was there was a part here that showed the buttons. Where was it? Game what? Oh yeah, see here's the buttons. See, you can see there's buttons, so there's grip buttons. These grip buttons on the Steam Deck are actually really good. Very useful, fully configurable. You set them up the way you want. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be fantastic. They're compatible with the Steam Deck. Yes, the GameCube and the GameCube controller. You're damn right. Okay, hi. Like a strand of say. It's the GameCube. Yes, see? Sorry. That was not it. But yes, the Steam Deck also has the grip buttons here, and this is gonna be the same thing. Any... Never mind. That picture is for later. You saw a picture ahead of time. It's okay. quick access menu. This is all very nice. So you can actually see all the inputs right here, right? Everything that is in blue is the things. You have the grip for the things. You have the grip buttons here. Like now they're releasing in all 3. It's gonna be on everything actually. It's in the rumor and leaks basically say this is gonna be for everything. It's gonna be desktop and VR compatible. It's like you're having Off-Life Alex that is VR, but then you can still play it in desktop by oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow and zip. Yep, yes it will. It'll be super legit, absolutely. It'll be compatible also with VR and desktop. It's gonna be like Half-Life Alex mod to run it. It's flat screen, and it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be for both things. This is great. In play Team Fortress 2 with gyro-aiming. You're damn right. This is gonna be fantastic. I like the like it's just there's the game cube, just in the rhythm, and then the Steam controller, the Gave Cube controller is just chilling. It's just chilling. So this is great. It just works, right? It just works, It just works. See, there's people playing things or pretending they're playing, but it doesn't matter. The fact is, it works. This works. My boss just stopped and made stuff. That's what I'm watching. I didn't have the heart to tell a 7-year-old. It is a raccoon time. My dad would kill him. That makes sense. Yep. I understand that. See, this is great. It's fantastic. Magnetic puck connector. And you also have a USB-C. So, Tech specs, this is less important. Less important. And with this, we are going to move to the next piece of hardware. The next piece of hardware is the Steam Machine. What? AKA the GameCube. Hey, don't kill your boss. Don't kill your boss. Kathy is adorable. Right now, I'm a big-ass nerd. I'm a big-ass nerd. Now I'm gonna be nerding out about this. You damn right. Let's nerd it out. So what is this fantastic device? Yeah. First I'm just giving an overview of things, right? I'm giving an overview. After the overview, I'm gonna go into more detail and comparisons of what we can expect. I think 500 would be quite good. Yeah, yeah. I did the hi. I can see you. Well. And this fantastic machine is essentially a PC. It's a PC with SteamOS inside it. Banana for size comparison. This is literally the size of a GameCube. Thus, the GameCube. Just popping out of Lurk as usual. Yeah, we don't have a pricing. We have a ballpark, if that makes sense. We have a ballpark to aim for. This thing is actually pretty great because you know how in PCs, if there's one thing that is fucking annoying, is having to open it up to expand its internal storage. Fear no longer, because it has SD card slots. You just put it in. It just works. And you have your storage in the form of SD card slots. It's great. Yep. You just pop it in. It just works. You just expanded your hard drive space with a simple SD card. That's it. You want more things? You don't buy some expensive proprietary thing. Fuck that. No, no, no. You grab an SD card, slot it in. That's it. And it just works. That's it. Hi, Anime Wolf. Hi, hi. Welcome stream. I'll put it well. What did I join? You joined us talking about Steam. The Steam hardware stuff. Or just buy it. You can also buy an external. Yes, yes, absolutely. We're going to talk about that. Upper doing well, Anime Wolf. Flynn would say he thought of this in 82. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, he would. He probably did. That's the funny part. So, is this going to replace the next Xbox? This is just going to shit on everything. Oh, yeah. This is going to shit on everything. Xbox CEO was icy. Wait, what did he do? What did he say? What did the Xbox CEO say? Or you mean the one about the AI stuff? Even got the LED strip? Yes. Depends on the price. See, Microsoft is feeling the I'm going to be talking about, so I'm going to show you why Microsoft is feeling the pressure after we go through an overview of everything. Because SteamOS is around everything. Steam Frame, GameCube, everything is going to use. I'm surprised they didn't announce this with any fan. They were just like, they just dropped it. Responses I've seen. Heck yeah! Welcome to the stream. Or welcome back. You changed your name, didn't you? Because I remember you, but not with that name. On the announcement, everyone is seeing this as them. Oh, they're absolutely desperate. They're desperate. I don't want to think. Check it out. Yeah, that was just, yeah. They're just like, yep, this. I'm going to give you all a tour of SteamOS in a bit. Because I know a lot of people are curious. How does SteamOS work? How will this replace things? Yep. I think your name was different before. But I remember you, yes. It's been a long while. So I'll come back. See, you can replace the faceplate. You can make your own faceplate. You can customize your LED strip. You don't like it, you can turn it off. You can turn it off. And then it's a PC. It's a PC. What did they show? I don't remember changing it. Yeah, you remember. Don't worry about it. It's mostly the same name. I may have changed just a little something, but it's fine. And what do they show here? Blender on one side, Godot on the other. They're showcasing this as you working in game dev through this thing, which is brilliant marketing. Brilliant marketing. It's like saying, here's our device. You can make games for it. From it. Our machine is its own dev kit. That's literally what they're saying with this single thing. Godot and Blender at the same time. Good jump scare. Sony or Rams, so never. Nope. You see, after your son remembers me. Heck yeah! I didn't check. You were good. I just have a good memory for everyone that appears on stream. Godot jump scare. Yep. I think even if this was 1,000, it would be worth it. But I'm going to tell you why I don't think it's going to be 1,000. It's going to be after we go through everything. I'm going to do a little comparison overview of power. Hey, everyone is special. Everyone is one of my raccoons, you know? Graphic. Yep, I'm going to talk about that. We're going to get there. It's okay. So here's the thing. At a glance, it'll seem like it's weak. Oh, it's definitely going to be less than 2K. 650. I could see it. That's a kind of realistic price. So the specs, when you just look at the specs at a glance, they're gonna seem weak. Okay, so here's the overview of the input devices. 2 in front, 3 in the back. Okay, this is important. The USB-C, they don't say here, but I think USB-C is USB 4.0. I'll have to come by and see one of my first room. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming by. And welcome back. It's good to see you. So this USB-C is most likely going to be USB 4.0. That's my thinking. It's probably going to be where you're going to add your hubs, your USB-C hubs for 4.0 and so on. Oh, sleep out. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. You have 2 display ports. 2 display ports, but one is a display port, the other is HDMI. Smoked chicken and sweet potatoes over wood chips, soaked in Jack Daniels honey. Also made fire roasted jalapenos. Poppers with the cream cheese filling and Ritz crackers for the braiding. That's a good way of saying hello. Hi, Rimuru. Welcome stream. Hope you're doing well. Hi. It's a good hello. It's a good hello. See the SD card slot here? You just you know. I need more space. Thank you for the follow. You just go in and you just like just push the thing in. Just that's it. So this is gonna be. It was perfectly timed. Yes. I hope you inside. So we're gonna go for the tech specs. So this is a high-speed micro SD card slot. So basically, this is gonna be SSD speed, right? So these are gonna use the. I guess we couldn't call it SD 2.0. No. See, it's different. These are not the SD cards you're used to. These are the new SD cards that have. They're essentially like SSDs in SD card format or SD card form factor. That's what these are. It's not the normal speed. It's the high speed SD cards that are as fast as SSDs. Yes, like the ones you put in the Switch 2. Yeah, those. That's a good one. Yeah, those are essentially the SSD cards. We can almost call it the SSD cards. Yeah, basically that's what it is. Thank you for the resub, Travis. Thank you. 8 months. Yay. Thank you. Welcome, stream. So basically, you're not sacrificing speed, and you're still expanding. And it's brilliant because it's something simple. You don't have to. I can't make a heart. The tracking does not work for hearts this way. Yeah, this is a heart. Just assume this is a heart. Yep. So you don't sacrifice speed at all. An access speed. It has to, half a terabyte or 2 terabytes included. And if you need more, SD card. It's an open standard. Everything can use it. And that's what they picked. Instead of you having to replace or open up your machine to put another hard drive inside, just high speed micro SD cards. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. It's perfect. It's perfect. More. We can see the CPU. It's based on the Zen 4 architecture. The 6 cores, 12 threads. Pretty good. 30 watt TDP. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Considering the Steam Deck runs at 15. Hey, Osvaldo, hi. So far, so good. We're nerding out about the new Steam hardware devices. Yeah, we're nerding out about that. Yes, yes we are. Yes we are. I'm gonna do big breakdown. So we're looking at the specs, it's RDNA 3, pretty good. It's pretty good. Valve just keeps on winning, absolutely. It's a two-thirds size of heatsink. Yep, yep, yep. The GPU equivalent, if we were looking at this, it would be like someone with a 4070 or something. Something like that. Like 3070 Ti, 4070, something like that. Give or take. As in, it's. Let me put this into perspective, okay? Comparison. I have all the comparisons ready here. This is the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Pro. And what happened to my PC? Yes. It's so see here. Let me move this here so I move the mouse less. This runs at 4.8 gigahertz. The PlayStation 4 5 Pro runs at 4.2. You see where this is going and what I'm trying to say here. The PS5 Pro, the Pro, is a very good device in terms of the pure raw power it has. It's expensive as shit. But the raw power on this thing is undeniable. This has more. Okay? Let that sink in. Let that sink in. But it's the same architecture, so it can support all the ray tracing stuff people may like and all the pretty graphics and so on. And then we have the CPU and the GPU. It's all the same thing. So let that heat sink in. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let that heat sink in. Yes, I agree. So we have another interesting thing, which is the RAM. So RAM is so this has the same overall RAM as the PlayStation 5, 16, right? We're looking at 16. PlayStation 5, basic one, has 16, but it's unified. It's 16 for everything, both GPU and CPU usage. Not the case here. This is 2. This has 16 and 8 for the graphics card. It says 8 for the graphics card alone. Um, for those wondering, the Steam Deck has up to 4. Up to, it's configurable. We're gonna go there. We're gonna talk about that. The PS5 Pro has 20, but again, it's unified. It's 20 for everything. So you kind of just you just adjust as you need. But if we go by that, 16 plus 8 is 24. This has more RAM. Sorry, I highlighted the wrong thing. This has more total RAM than a PlayStation 5 Pro. When we take a good look at the specs, this thing, this thing here is more powerful than a PS5 Pro and the Xbox Series X by a very nice margin. It's not huge, but it's there. Other big advantage of this thing, it's open. It's an open platform. It's an open platform. This is not your closed environment Xbox. It's not your closed environment thing. Thank you for the follow, Vanilla. Akatsu, up and say hi. Windows Century of Humiliation, yeah. This is why Microsoft is shitting their pants. This is why. Because this thing right here. Now, we're not even talking about the frame. I'm going to talk about the frame afterwards. This thing is going to blow the next Xbox out of the water. They already said, oh, this is going to be over $1,000. It's going to be a premium feel. This thing is probably going to be half of that. Probably. Around in that ballpark. And it's just going to shit all over it. Because it's going to be a PC at the same time. Not 1K. Not 1K. It's going to be less than 1K. They already said it's going to be less expensive than the Valve Index. But we're going to talk about the Steam frame in a bit. You know, so we're here. We're here. So let's consider that the, you know, this thing works as a PC. So they said, yeah, I'm predicting 700 for this. I can see that. Yeah. I think 600, if they manage to sell this thing at 500, it's going to be a steal. If they manage to sell this, the GameCube, at 500, it's going to be a steal. It's essentially just going to shit all over PlayStation and Microsoft. There's just there's no other way. It's going to shit all over them. It's just going to shit all over them entirely. And for those wondering and saying, this is what the Oya should have been, called the Toya. Yes, the Toya. So there's an interesting thing, right? Because a lot of people are like saying, oh, people are making this to be a PC or something, or a console. Steam is trying to go consoleized and stuff. No. Oh, yeah. We're going to get there. That's the next thing. I'm going to talk at length about the VR headset. Because I have a lot of info about it. We're going to see a few videos about it too, but first I'm going to talk about it. They're going to see the videos. And then I'm going to talk more about it. And there's this thing, PC versus consoles. I'm opening it. And a lot of people are saying, people saying that console gaming is losing in relation to PC gaming. They say that, console gaming is not losing. Console gaming is still a thing. Funny says Steam doesn't even need to go consoles. Be better than... Yes, indeed. Hi, Paco. Hi. By the way, I forgot something. I forgot to do a thing, which is, we gotta do this. Yeah, we gotta do this. We gotta do this too. That's right. And we gotta do this too, What about it now? Okay. Go follow all these lovely people here. You know you want to. You know you want to. You want to do these things. Yep. You want to do it. I forgot to do it earlier, sorry. Then walking around and I remembered that I didn't do it for anyone. It was my bad. Here we go. And this thing is this. You all know about the game called Arc Raiders, right? And Arc Raiders, the arena is acting adorbs? No! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. See what you did there? That's a crime. That's a crime against humanity. Raccoonmanity. Yes. And this graph right here came from this person saying, I love that PC fanboys keep claiming consoles are dead, while Valve keeps trying to become one. Community noted. Steam Machine is a computer. It's running Arch-based Linux and software can be replaced with different, and and then we kind of go here and, oh look, it's being used like a computer. Oh no. You know, so this person is dumb. Uh, this person is dumb. So moving on to this lovely graphic provided by Things that says the following. That's a lot of copies sold, by the way. Hey, flying high, like a stream. Oh, it's been a while. And then we have this little comparison thing, right? And it says, oh my god, the guy is still replying. I mean, yeah, Switch 2 is doing good because it's its own thing, which is the problem. I think Nintendo is in a unique position that this does not affect them. It's 5-bit less GPU than the PS5. No, 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 it doesn't have less. It has more than the PS5. The GPU is more. So the streamer says, well, yeah. Like I was comparing here. See this? The GPU of the PS5 Pro. We're not talking the regular. I'm comparing with the Pro GPU. I'm comparing with the Pro GPU. It's an RDNA 3. The PS5 itself, the base PS5, is an RDNA 2 at 2.23. The PS5 Pro is an RDNA 3 at 2.5. The Steam Machine, or the GameCube, is RDNA 3 at 2.45. It's not worse. It's about the same. It's faster in the higher TDP because they actually don't show it here for some reason. But the TDP of this is higher. If all Switch has to do is thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Switch will be fine and Nintendo will be fine as long as they do their thing. That's what they always did good. That's what they need to continue doing is stay on their lane. Stay on their bubble. They're fine. The problem is Sony and Microsoft just being PCs more and more. And then it's like being PCs without letting you be a PC, essentially. You know? So this is comparable to a PlayStation 5 Pro with marginally the same GPU with slight better power performance. So it's interesting. It's like the clock is slightly lower, but it has a better TDP, a higher TDP, so it can reach a higher performance at the same or lower clock rate. It's interesting, but yes, this is a big difference. This here is a very big difference compared to PS5 Pro. Very big difference. Like massive. In fact, supports HDR, supports FreeSync. Daisy chaining. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, nice. Supports up to 240 hertz, so everyone that loves high refresh rates, you can go up to 240 frames per second. You probably won't be able to hit it, but it's there. 120 in through HDMI, all these cool little things. And then I was gonna say something. I forgot it was. Mm. Mm. Oh yeah, it was here. Um, see the difference here? This is massive. The spec's gonna be awesome. Emulation, this is gonna be just top notch. This is gonna be amazing for it's gonna emulate everything. I think it'll even run some PS4 games, like Bloodborne. The Steam Deck already can run Bloodborne through Shat PS4, so imagine this. This thing, technically, has like 6 times the power of a Steam Deck. More, even. This has more than 6 times the power of a Steam Deck. Um, if the Steam Deck can run Shat PS4 with Bloodborne, this thing is just gonna. It's gonna be a thing. Yeah, a lot of places are refusing to stock Xboxes. It's not even just in the US. It's worldwide. It's worldwide. Sab and a Steam machine. Yep, we're talking about that. Xboxes are bricks. Yes, indeed. I know. Welcome stream. We're doing well. So even comparing with this, it's just it's better. The CPU is actually a very interesting speed bump. It has like less cores. Aren't they stocking Xbox? Because Microsoft is shitting the bed. Um, because Microsoft is not shitting the bed. So, even though there's less cores here, the rest is all higher. Again, it's the same thing, You're gonna have the same TDP or higher TDP at a higher clock rate in this case. It's just gonna perform better no matter what. It's just gonna perform better. There's no way around it. Um, it'll perform better. Period. Um, so this is the comparison you can have with the thing. And if the PS5 Pro using the PSVR 2 can really provide a very good VR experience, really decent VR experience, what if we pair our Steam machine with the Steam frame? This is the part we're going to be talking about the Steam frame. I hope you all don't mind. I'll be showing more of Steam OS in a bit and talk about it. Because Steam OS is something that both Frame and the GameCube are using. So I'm going to give you all a tour of Steam OS. Squad is the claim that can be. It apparently will. I can see why. Like, if you look at the entire. God damn it. Not the picture I wanted to show. Do I still have the picture here? I do not. I'll show you later. So, Steam Frame. Steam Deck runs quiet for me. Yeah. The Steam Deck is very quiet. So, VR is so dead. Valve made a new VR headset. That's pretty much what's happening. Why is this relevant? It's because Valve always said, unless we're gonna do something different, we're not gonna release a new one. Well, so let's talk about it. Two separate eyes? What? What are you talking about? What? Of course it does. Yeah, of course it does. It's for both eyes. Yeah. It's full VR headset. Full VR headset. Full thing, see? Here's grandma. Here's grandma holding the thing. Yep. Here's grandma. So let's go up. Let's go up. Okay, let's go up. Okay, so what is this thing like? On screen? Inside of you? Where? This? No, this is This is just a little thing. Frame not being OLED. It is a pity that it's not OLED. It is a pity. But I will say that not all OLEDs are created equal. This is probably a really good OLED. Um, a really good LCD, I think. Not all LCDs are created equal, I meant to say. With Xbox, there is a threefold problem. First, they want you to have the game pass, yeah. The console burr, yeah. They don't allow you to do physical media. There's that problem, and the big problem is that even the new console they want to do is going to be a hybrid PC that is going to be over 1,000. So it's not going to be much better. And again, it's going to depend on the Game Pass thing. So, they already shut the bed. So, Steam Frame. Steam Frame. This is huge right here. This is huge right here. Uses eye tracking to know where you're looking at. Cheaper on release. Yes. What happened was greed. Yep. Greed basically happened. And yes, greed. That's just a bit. Corporate greed, yes. Yep. While making, yep. This is crazy. I like greed. Not if it affects you. I don't like greed in general. Especially when it's used against me. Hi, Tyler. Hi, hi. I can see. Hope you're doing well. Hi, hi. So this is going to be big because for resources and just making things work, this is fantastic because it's just a massive performance optimization. Doing well, the Game Pass is doing well. Let's crank the price up 200%. That sounds about right, actually. Yep. That sounds about right. Let's make people pay. Yeah. Then we found out it's not really profitable and they're actually losing money in it. But there's that. So if you notice in this little example, there's there's a certain resolution around and much higher inside. So, just like with eyes, if you're like looking at a specific point, you can tell that everything else around your focal point is blurred, right? Even your eyes do this. I guess it's internal auto foveated rendering from your eyes to your brain, where what you're focusing on is 100% in focus and everything else is blurred. So that's what this does. That's what this does. It uses your eye tracking to ensure that the highest quality rendering is where you're looking at. A very developed vision outside where I look, it's basically clear. Yep, the review. I'm actually gonna watch that review after this. Penguin Games try to simulate that with blur effect. Yep. But this is no longer the case. The thing is done automatically. Where you're looking is going to be clear, and the rest is just not focused. It'll be lower resolution, so you're still going to be sharp, just less so, and you're not going to notice because it's going to be in your peripheral view, right? So it's going to be great. It's going to be wireless, but with its own dongle. It's going to have its own dedicated wireless dongle to ensure the least interference possible. It's going to be great, basically. No competition. Yes, this is what they're saying here, see? This is it. This is it. Audio experience. This uses a very interesting thing. But we're going to continue. Let's continue looking at the thing. The inputs. It's these controllers. And these controllers have finger tracking. Just like the index controllers had it, this one has it too. The entire area where your fingers rest is the finger tracking. Know why the AAA is dying? Because all the companies are top heavy with corporate fat cats and shareholders. There's a reason. Yeah, I talked about this so many times. Yep, yep. I talked about this. Yep, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. But I'm going to talk about it. Don't you worry. I'm going to talk about it. C machine, a swappable RAMs, and can fit a full-sized SSD. That's actually fucking huge. That is fucking huge. Yep. If 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 what you saw is actually true, that's massive. That is massive. Right, the controllers? Yeah. Yeah, the finger tracking is in the controllers. See? Here, when you're holding it, it's just like the index controllers. The surface of the controller is the finger tracker. You know? The surface of the controller is the finger tracker. Um, which is in RAM. I realize you meant the Steam machine. Yeah. So here we have this and stuff, you know. But it's a PC. It's a PC, you know. It runs on Steam OS, you know. It runs on the same thing that the Steam Deck runs, and the Steam machines or the GameCube run. This is super comfortable to wear in bed. I'm afraid people will sleep in VR. Me, you're not gonna leave the game at all. That sounds about right, yeah. Sounds about. I mean, the strap seems to be pretty lightweight. Doesn't seem to get in the way of anything, I guess. You know, it just seems to be like super comfy, in my opinion. Uh, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good, essentially. It just seems to work. How long the battery is on it? No, we don't know. We know. I'm gonna be talking about the battery in a second. Because I have a few comparison stuff here. This is gonna be a very interesting thing, and we can kind of extrapolate the battery because this is different. Like how grandma is a Wonder Witch and plays the grams VPNs, yes. Like you know how the Quest 3, the Quest Pro, the Samsung XR or the Samsung Galaxy XR, pretty much every wireless headset now, the battery it has is the battery it has and nothing else. What if? What if it was replaceable? It didn't matter because for the headset, it doesn't really matter. Um, I'll explain. I'll make sense of this. I promise. This will make sense. So, see the cable here. See? You see this cable here? You have a little cable here. I want the cable is even here, right? I want a better picture of this thing. Yeah, the, they give the money. Isn't it 7 day? Oh, we might have something on the anniversary, you know? So, I don't want to look at the specs just yet. We're not going to look at the specs just yet. Okay? I was looking for a better picture of the strap thing. Okay, here we go. See, this it's a spinny one, but it's okay. You see, there's the cable, right? And the cable kind of goes into the cushion in a way, you know? The cable goes into the cushion. Um, which is, it's kind of funny, actually. This here is the battery. The battery is inside the cushion. Now, why is this important? The battery, unlike all the other headsets, optical top strap, yep. It's an optional thing, which is great. Yep. The battery is replaceable. The battery on the Steam frame is replaceable, which is very important. Physical influenza, yes. But we're already way past that at this point. We're talking about the hardware. We will go back to that soon. Trust me. These use AA batteries, by the way. Makes sense that it's in line with it. Yep, exactly. So you can replace the battery. And if you want, you can add batteries. Can you sell the company email? Doesn't that require... That requires a vote, yes. Yes. But it's by percentage. It's a thing. Don't worry about it. It's kind of like the Beyond, but also like the Index one. The Index one was kind of similar to it. So I can see it being, pretty fun. It's the same material as the Steam as the Index thing, which is cool, I think. I see messages appearing. Ooh, radio. Thank you, Bart. Oh, that is amazing. Where did that come from? Oh, it's great. We have pictures. We have more pictures of the thing. We have a few more pictures of the Steam frame. I'll be showing them in a bit. We're gonna go through this first. We're gonna go through this first. So basically, when you're playing something, if you're playing something, there will be big screen, big virtual screen if you're playing a desktop game. This is a PC also. So just like a Steam Deck, it plays the PC games. And now, it was asked earlier about VR chat. Can this run VR chat? Let's answer that. Let's extrapolate. Snapshots of the strap. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, the tested. Yeah. I'm gonna open the screen. Gonna copy the links here. Let's look at them, okay? Let's look at the first shot. Here we go. Here's the strap. This is the hard part of the strap. God, please hope so. Yep. Whoever wants to buy a company, buy as much stock as they can. Yep. Sounds about right. This is the hard part, but you can see the connectors for the foam. This is the battery, essentially. To note, the straps are removable and replaceable. The entire thing is moddable. The entire thing. Let me. I need a picture of it. Please show me a pic. There we go. It can dislodge apparently. So you can just do whatever. Mind you, from the looks of this, you kind of don't have to, because this actually seems to be pretty comfy as it is. It's very light. It's ridiculously light. This thing is lighter than the Quest 3, and the Quest 3 is already pretty light. It's almost 100 grams less. Hey, hi, welcome to what's that? Guess what? Add top strap? Oh, yes, please, thank you. Top strap would be great to see. Let me grab another picture. This here. Here's another thing. This is without the cushioning. Was that converted to American weight? Yes. That's the thing. Headsets are weighted in grams. So even in American weight, it's still grams for the headsets, basically. It's funny, but VR headsets are weighted in grams. They're not weighted in pounds or something. They're weighted in grams worldwide, which is kind of funny. So I have no idea what it is in American because even Americans use grams for headsets. How you can even up Saudis, backdrop. Yep. You're getting the part okay. Ounces. Yes, ounces will be the equivalent, I guess. I don't think that's the thing. I have a comparison thing here. Let me open it. Does it mention? Yes, I got everything. I came prepared. Ask Tupper about this. You should. That's the what's possible is going to be a pain, especially when loading in larger instances. Yeah, basically, it's gonna work, but it's gonna work, but you may need to keep it to friend groups. 256? Yes. Where was it? Maybe they updated this with ounces also? Wait. They did not. they did they did not. They did not. For some reason, it's not showing the Quest 3 thing. Why not? It was showing it earlier. Anyway. But I saw this earlier. Where was it? I don't think it's here. It's not here. They don't have it here. Um for some this was here and they removed the information. But they had this information there. Um for some reason. These are the controllers, so this doesn't matter. Where is the system? Did they actually remove that? They removed it. Wow, okay. 3 OZs? Okay. So I know that this is gonna be around 400. With the strap is gonna be like 450 grams from what I read. Actually, I think it's here. Wait, okay, here we go. See? This is it. If it's without the head strap and battery, if it's just the front, just the actual device itself is very light. This, oh yeah, yep. They started working on this before the index. It was like the index was the prototype to lead to this thing, which is funny. Um, this thing is light. No matter how you look at it. The Quest 3 is 500 and something grams. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, yeah, okay. This is great. Okay. Under 1 pound. Okay, then it's under a pound. This entire thing is under a pound. See? And the Quest 3 is 520 grams, I think. 520 grams, if I remember that. Band straps and top strap will be an add-on. That makes sense, yeah. I had a feeling that was going to be the case. So we can see the top strap. Top strap is here. Look. I like to see this from the back. Yeah, but it's 440. With everything is 440. Out of the box anyway. Cooking over here. Yep. See, here we go. Here's the strap. The strap splits in two. The strap goes and opens, splitting in two, which is nice for people who have long hair and ponytails. They can just slip them through this thing, which is, pretty nice of them to think about that. Pretty nice of them to do that. So, this is quite nice, and it's a very good head support. Very good head support. Um, I have short hair, so I don't have that problem. But it's nice for people who do. This is the design of the top strap. I expect Bobo VR to be all over this shit. Bobo VR is gonna be all over this. That's for goddamn sure. That's weird. I saw a message from Flan appearing on Twitter, but not in the joint chat. Twitter, I mean Twitch. Why not? I'm confused. Test. Oh, it lost connection because it went offline. Why did it go offline? Just a second. Get your hopes up and you announce me there's a soon sticker coming up, an age orange sticker. No, really? Nice. Okay. Okay, it's back. Apparently, the Twitch just had an aneurysm and disconnected me for some reason. Neither they too. Yeah, I think it's just randomly disconnecting, but coming back anyway. It's so weird. It's not the first stream. Like, Saturday was the same thing. Like, Cake is still going. YouTube is still going. They never stopped. It was just Twitch. Anyway, um, anyway, didn't notice disconnect. Oh, even better. On my side, it did, but as long as it kept going, we're good. All is good. Yeah, we're good. It's okay. So yeah. See, this is gonna be very interesting. Oh, sorry. This is a. I'm gonna close this because we're no longer comparing the frame for now. But we have this thing here, you know. 2 streams in one. My chat is lucky. Yeah, I am right. You know, I can't wait to play your new VR game. You're making a new VR game, right? Which leads to this thing that I mentioned about upcoming releases by Valve, listing 2 games, or marking 2 games, but only showing one because one is still hidden. So you're saying there's a chance? Yep, there's a chance. There's a chance we're gonna get Half-Life. So you know. It leads to this. Everything leads to this. And now we're gonna talk about the Steam Frames performance. What does it compare to? How good is it? Half-Life VR remakes would be pretty great. How good is it? And so, Valve exists. We're gonna compare the 3 top things. Sleep out, Michael. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. We're gonna compare the frame with the Galaxy XR and the Quest 3. I came prepared. To use the battery from the Quest 3 Mobile VR strap and attach it to the head strap while you wait for it. Yes. Yep, absolutely. That's possible. Yep, that's absolutely possible. I'm pretty sure Bobo are gonna be all over this. Which is good because Bobo does great stuff. So because of the face tracking that I use the Quest Pro. But I have the Quest 3. And I have an index that has a ruined cable. Stream together 1 a.m. yesterday. So we're gonna compare with the most recent headset, which is very beefy. It's a very beefy headset, hardware-wise. With the Quest 3, that for the price is fantastic. We're going to compare them all. We will be comparing all of these beasts in terms of the pancake, all three of them have pancake lenses. The best adjustment for the estimate is the Galaxy XR, but that's fine. The pass-through is going to be grayscale on the frame, okay? The pass-through thing you do, the Quest 3 has it in colors, and the Galaxy XR has it in colors. It's going to be in black and white on the Steam frame. I don't care. So, I don't care. I'm not really that interested in mixed reality. When I do need to use the pass-through is just to see something that maybe I'm missing. Where it is? What about the cat set? Raccoon 9000. One day. Yeah, exactly. They're focusing on games. Both flat panel games, VR games, and you having your PC. I'll buy anything from Google or Meta. You don't have to, so it's okay. Mind you, the Samsung is a Samsung. Here's the other interesting thing. The resolution is higher than the Quest 3 horizontally, which is very interesting. Vertically, the Quest 3 has a higher resolution, but this one is more balanced because it's fully square. The Galaxy XR has a higher resolution, but a considerably lower refresh rate, as in 90 versus the Quest 3's 120 versus the Steam frame's 144. 144. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is insane. That's just crazy. Just saying. Okay. 144 is crazy. Is it? It's really nuts. Absolutely nuts. Apparently, controllers hidden IR LEDs that only appear in the frame. Yep. That is true. Which is great. It's so that the frame can track it. Even if you're playing with the Steam controller, the frame will track it also. That's why they do that. Then we have this. Apparently, the viewing angle for the Steam frame is the best of them all. Makes sense. Because it's the same in every direction because the panels per eye are square. They're not higher or wider. They're perfectly square, so you get the same field of view in every direction. Like the other ones. See the difference? They have a variance of the vertical and the horizontal because of that. Yeah, we went back to the box size, yeah. To note the Quest 3, there's something very interesting, which is the panels for the eyes are like canted, right? They're not flat, they're canted. House Team 1 is the winning. So far on average, yes it is. But we're gonna continue watching, we're gonna continue watching. There's more. The tracking frequency on this headset is crazy high. There's an incorrect information here, by the way. Something is wrong here. Here it says that the Galaxy XR does not have face tracking. It does. It has face tracking. Okay, this is wrong. This is wrong here. Just saying. All of them do hand tracking. Absolutely. But yeah, fake news. Yes, fake news. Body tracking It depends on you using trackers for the Steam frame. Same thing for the Galaxy XR. And the Quest 3 does upper body tracking and leg estimation. So it just assumes where the legs could be from how you're moving. Uh, then information about the controllers doesn't matter. Um, we're gonna go for the more juicy stuff here. Yep, yep. Let's go for the juicy shit. Let's go for the juicy shit, which is all here. Yeah. So this thing, the frame has two USB ports. Two USB ports. To note, so does the Galaxy XR. Galaxy XR has one port and another hidden for developer mode. But it can be used for anything, but it's there for debugging. The Quest 3 only has one, but this thing has two, as we can see here. See, USB-C, and the expansion port, which is another USB port. This expansion port is essentially for face tracking, for example. You know, you use this for, just face tracking is not a thing. This only does eye tracking. But the expansion port for face tracking is right here. See what this means? Do you understand the implication? A support may be an add-on for more face tracking. Yep. Okay, Bart sent me something, and I'm gonna show you where the thing is. Let me show you. It's funny because we were talking right about that. Here we go. I can barely see that. Okay, I can barely see the thing, but it's down there. It's down there. So yeah, things are just gonna connect there. Thank you for the log on. Good luck with the thingy is. So it's there, expansion board for face tracking and stuff. It's gonna be there. So what's gonna happen, right, is that I'm actually, yeah, it's an expansion slot. Yeah. It's a very specific type of expansion port. It actually mentions it here. Where was it? I saw it. I saw it a moment ago. They removed it, bitches. They removed it. Anyway. LTT cover. Yeah, that's one video I want to say. Yeah, it zooms in. It changes the resolution. Yeah, I know. By doing... Ta-da! But it's there, see? And now I reset. But anyway. Finger! So, yeah, there was a finger. There was a finger, yes. The finger is a part of the system. Finger is a part of the system. So... Oh. So, I just saw something. I missed it. I'm an idiot. I missed it. Just like how how the Steam, the Gabe Cube with the Steam machine. The way back thing I have the info for you. It might not because it wasn't the very same day. So it may not be updated with that just yet. So it probably doesn't. But it's fine, it's okay. So basically, this has an SD card slot. Just like the Steam machine, if you want to add to the internal stuff, and it already has a lot. Where was it? Here. 256 or 1 terabyte and has an SD card slot for expanded. So if you want more space, just slot in an SD card, Because right now, the way everything is being done, if you want more internal space, you gotta buy another headset. And Valve is like, nah, fam. Nah. I don't think so. I don't. I don't. I don't think that's what we're gonna do. And you have just SD card it. It's just. It's so simple. It's fantastic. It's great. I love it. So. 21 watt hour battery. Hmm. Okay. This is actually interesting. Uh oh, there's another picture. There's another picture. Oh yeah, you marked it in red. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna replace it. There you go. Ta-ta! That is the part. That is the part. It's that entire thing. That entire thing. This is gonna be amazing, and this is why. So, one thing that is important for me is face tracking, as everyone has noticed by now. I am very expressive with my face. Uh, both in VR and so on. I gotta cool, get back here. Yeah, storage space so far is my only concern. Like high end for Steam machine is just 2 TB per slice. Oh yeah, it should be fine, right? It should be okay. It should be okay. So we're now going to talk about. Also, apparently, the cover of the Steam machine is detachable. Yeah, it is. You can customize your own cover or get others. It's great. I think it's fantastic. You know, it's like personalization. Customize your own devices for your own space. This is great. But let's talk about the elephant in the room because we all play VR chat. At least lots of us do. Can this play VR chat if it's not connected to a PC? Like it was mentioned, you talked with Tupper before, and Tupper said, yes, but you may be a bit screwed. If you go to a place that frames the Linux version of what the Apple Vision should have been. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Exactly. That's exactly it. So, like Tupper said, because this is 16 gigs of RAM, which is a lot. Let's put this into perspective. Okay. Steam Machine has a spot for an M2 drives. The more I hear about this, the more I like this shit. So this information isn't complete, but I investigated, so I actually know what the GPU of the Steam frame is. It's not here, but I know it because before the stream started, I was investigating this shit to have all the info for stream. I spent like 2 hours just looking for everything, making sure I had the accurate information, and I got a lot of stuff because I wanted to get this right for everyone. So, things of importance. This thing. Gamers Next is a video on it. Ooh. I have a lot of videos here. A lot of videos that I play here. I do want to watch the LTT video because the LTT video is shorter. The others, if they have chapters, we will watch the longer ones per chapter. Gamer Nexus tends to put chapters in their stuff, so we'll probably go through the Gamers Nexus. I do like Gamers Nexus. I think they do good shit. But first, let's go with my analysis, and I did a massive analysis of the raw performance. And RAM, where's the RAM? Okay, it's here, never mind. So, what do we got? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, what do we got? 16 gigs of RAM for the Galaxy XR, 8 for the Quest 3, and 16 of LPDDR5X. This is actually very fast RAM for ARM devices. To note, this is an ARM CPU. It's a Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. Why is this important? Why am I talking about it? Let's put it into perspective, shall we? So we're looking at this thing, right? So I was looking for information because I wanted to compare this. I like arms, yes. I have two. Yeah. Uh, I was looking for information on everything because, God, poopy pants. I accidentally clicked that. So I was looking for information on everything, on the Snapdragon, and I found what, how the specs of the XR Gen 2 and the 8 Gen 3 in a phone that uses the exact chipset of the Steam frame. This is important. This is very important. And also, this retro handheld that has the previous version of this chipset. So we have terms of comparison. Absolutely. Let's go check this out. Let me open thingies. Before I go to the videos and stuff, I want to put the performance into perspective. It's important to put the performance into perspective. We can ignore the Quest 3. The Quest 3 is lower, like by far. It's weaker by far. It's interesting that this is an Adreno 740. And I was like, okay, what is the chipset? What is the GPU on the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3? And I was looking, and even this information is not completely visible here. But we get specs. What does this thing support? A lot. A lot. This chipset that I found through the Samsung thing, that what this uses for the GPU is an Adreno 750 at 1 gigahertz, which is, where is it? Here. Which is actually more than this. These Adrenos, the 740s, which are the previous version, are not 1 gigahertz. They're not, it doesn't say here, but they're not 1 gigahertz. But this, for this spec, this is the thing. Which is pretty fucking big, because then we look at, where is it? Here. Let me just zoom in on the parts that are important for the CPU. Which is here. There we go. Let me zoom in. I did my homework. And God damn it. No, God there. There. Okay. Okay, we're there. Okay, we're there. So, the Steam frame. Let's go here. The downside remains that this does not have. Would have been nice to play games on it. I prefer. See, while it would be nice to have colored pass through, I personally don't care about it. Mixed reality is whatever. It's okay, but I was only using mixed reality to look for things. You know? I unlucky. Hi. Thank you for the follow. I see you're here too. Yeah. Hi. So, Uncle Sam from the lag. That makes sense. I'm pretty well. Welcome to my Twitch and kicking thing. So it doesn't actually specify. It just says it's ARM 64-bit. Fantastic. And so, what is the speed? We go to the phone. The phone has the information that we're missing. So if you look at this, we can see the CPU. What is the CPU? Imagine if it has colored faster, I can just be more delusional knowing there's an anime girl sitting next to me. That makes sense. That's absolutely fair. Yeah. That's absolutely fair. I'm okay with it. It makes sense. So we're going to look at the information of this thing. So there's multiple cores. It's an 8 core, but there's a main core and then other sub cores. This is how this chipset works. It's an 8 core chipset, which is damn good, right? So let's compare this information here. If we break down, this is a more important breakdown of everything. But we wanted this information specifically for the GPU. We know what it is now. It's 750. It's an Adreno 750. Let's go for the CPU. This is the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. This is what the Steam frame has. What does the Steam frame have? The primary core is 3.4 gigahertz. The Snapdragon, where's the CPU? It's here. The Snapdragon has a total of 6 cores. This one. This is the Galaxy XR, which up until now, the Galaxy XR was the fastest VR headset. Notice I'm saying was. At 6 cores, at 2.4 gigahertz each. The Steam frame as a main core at 3.4 plus 5 performance at 3.2 and an extra 2 at 2.3. This thing runs circles. It literally runs circles around the Galaxy XR. And the Galaxy XR was the fastest up until now. This thing runs circles around it. Just, you can't even compare it. It just runs circles around it. And if we go, shit, I actually forgot to open it. Let me open it now. Steam Deck spec sheet. Let me, I gotta do this. Oh, actually, yeah, thank you. This is a good one. This is good. Thanks. Open image and new tab. Thank you. Good image. Good image. Good image. So let's put this into perspective, okay? The Steam Deck is the beefy beast. Is actually a very beefy beast. Okay? Let's ignore the Switch here. We're not looking at the Switch. We're looking at this side with the Steam Deck. It's a pretty beefy beast. It can run Cyberpunk and stuff like that. So if it can run Cyberpunk, that's pretty good. This is essentially the PlayStation 5 thing, but lower. It's more like a PlayStation 4 Pro in terms of the power for this thing. This is a little bit weaker than the PlayStation 4 Pro. But we're looking at the speeds here. 4 cores, 8 threads. That's fine. So it's 4 cores, okay? You got 4 cores. While this beast here has 8. The Steam frame has 8 cores. The Steam Deck has 4. Just fucking mental. All of them faster than the Steam Deck ones. By a bit. This is because the Steam Deck kind of like oscillates between 2.4 and 3.5. There's that thing. TDP limits and stuff, which is perfectly fine. The GPU on this thing, 1.0, 1.6. Oh right, it's not here. It was on the phone. 1 gigahertz. In terms of GPU, is mostly the same, but the other is, yeah, the Switch is whatever. Switches, whatever. Doesn't count. Switch doesn't count. So we're looking at the GPU that can actually be better. So GPUs work differently. This is essentially a PC GPU. This is a mobile GPU, which are built to be more efficient within the same potential power output, which is very important. Which you can see here, right here. This is a very beefy thing. Nintendo increased the price. Yep, they did. They did. They made sure that I'm never gonna buy the Switch 2, essentially. Um, so this thing actually supports HDR. The Steam frame internally supports HDR, even if it only has LCDs, which is interesting. It's an interesting thing to keep in mind. Um, very interesting to keep in mind. So, what does this even mean? If something that is by far weaker than the Steam frame, like the Steam Deck, can run VR Chat PC. Take care, Flan. Thank you for being here. Bye. Can run VR Chat PC. And I've tried it. I've experimented extensively with VRChat PC running on the Steam Deck. I tested it under several conditions: big worlds, small worlds, heavy avatars, light avatars, etc., etc., etc. The Steam Deck can run VRChat pretty well. Considering its power, can run it pretty well. The frame is even stronger. So yeah, it does match up with what Tupper said. Technically, it can run VRChat PC. You're probably just not going to go to a place that is going to have like 40 people in it. You probably don't want to do that, but you're going to get a full experience. You're going to get the full VRChat experience, not the neutered experience you currently get on the Quest 3 and the Galaxy XR. Now, being the US and Valve doesn't do retail and having to order them online, electronic tax costs me an arm. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. Yeah. There is that problem. Yes. There is that problem. But essentially, the bottom line is this thing is a monster. This thing is a monster. The Steam frame, the price that they're saying is they're aiming for it to be less than the Valve Index. If it's less than 1,000, it's gonna put it less than 1,000 for controllers. Okay, with controllers included. Okay, so when we're talking about the Galaxy XR, it's pretty much 1,800 without controllers. It's 2,000 with controllers. If you want the full thing with the Galaxy XR, you're paying $2,000. 2,000 schmackaroos, okay? That's ridiculous. Because if the Steam frame, doll hairs, yes? Because if the Steam frame with a better CPU, better GPU, it's just better, period. Hardware-wise, this thing shits all over the Galaxy XR. Cheaper than that, yep. Just shits all over the Galaxy XR. The only thing that the Galaxy XR has that is absolutely better and can't be denied is the fact that it has OLED screens and they're higher resolution. That's it. It has OLED screens at a higher resolution. You can see the resolutions here. See? Frame, Quest 3, Galaxy XR. But now here's the thing. The Galaxy XR has this massive resolution for what? Reports that I've heard from people is that even when you're running native VR stuff in it, and even the user interface and so on, it's actually not running at this resolution because it doesn't have the horsepower for it. It literally has this for streaming PC VR. Maybe. Maybe. Big thing is, Valve is more realistic. Sure, it's LCDs, but again, LCDs are not all created equal. If they use really good quality LCDs, it will still be good. It'll still be good. It'll still be clear, crisp, and the dark colors can still be dark. It all depends on how this is all set up. So far, I'm gonna trust Valve on this one because I think the Valve Index headset, it also was LCD, but they were really goddamn good quality. The optics were shit. The monitors were not. The screens, the displays were really good, super clear, and the dark colors were indeed dark, even though it was an LCD. So I'm gonna trust that they know what they're doing. Now, why the resolution? Why is it somewhat higher than the Quest 3, but considerably lower than this? Because Valve was realistic. They looked at the thing and it was, how high can we go without wasting money and making people waste money on something they're never gonna see? That is the bottom line. That is the resolution. They went with something that the headset supports, the headset can run, and even when streaming from another PC, or even from a Steam machine, it will run. Valve's rivals will react. Hopefully this will drive more and more development of better competing tech and not just push companies to partner for platform exclusive games. Yep, I agree. Here's the thing. I think a lot of people are having a lot of misconceptions about SteamOS. Every PC game right now pretty much runs on SteamOS. When they don't run, it's because the anti-cheat blocks it from running. Example, Destiny 2. I like using the Destiny 2 as an example because it's the most scathing example of this practice. Destiny 2, when the Steam Deck came out, ran. Absolutely ran. Full power, full speed, fantastic and super smooth on the Steam Deck. It was running. It was there. It ran great. Until they released an update to their anti-cheat to specifically block Linux from running. From letting it run on Linux. It just detects sees Steam Deck or Linux, switches off the game. That's it. That's it. But it was running. So this only happens with most multiplayer games. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'll explain why. I'll explain why I'm not worried. Because most multiplayer games do work on the Steam Deck. There's a very tiny amount of them that don't. The problem is that this tiny amount happens to be games like Battlefield 6 and Valorant. But Valorant can go fuck itself. It's okay. Valorant can go fuck itself. Um, Battlefield 6, if EA in any way likes money, and if this thing takes off, they're gonna make it work. They're just gonna make it work. Because they're not gonna say no to money. Right? So it's okay. It's gonna work. Don't worry about it. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Arc Raiders works on the Steam Deck. So it's okay. Hey, cutie. I can stream. Up and say hi. Abs. Yes, indeed. Fairly abs. Yeah. But anyway, Arc Raiders runs, for example, on Linux. It's perfectly fine. Has no issues. I moved away from online competitive. Oh, those are the only ones that are even still using anti-cheat that blocks Linux. Nothing else is. You want to play a fighting game in multiplayer like Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6 or something? Supports Linux. It's okay. It runs. Even runs on the Steam Deck. Want to play Arc Raiders? Sure. Runs on the Steam Deck and works on Linux. Nothing is blocked. The finals, same thing. Linux, but not. Oh, yes, it is. I'll explain this. I'm gonna do a Linux run in a moment. I have this planned because all of this runs on SteamOS. SteamOS is Linux. A lot of people have misconceptions about it. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to show it. I have it here running in the background. Waiting to show it. No, it's not. Trust me. It's not. It's the same. Don't worry about it. Trust me. We're going to get there. We're going to get to this part. Then you're going to see. Then you're going to see. It's not as problematic as people think. Absolutely not. I say this as someone who has been using Linux. So, it's okay. You're going to see it. You're going to see it. I don't have Winboat installed, so I can't show Winboat. That's okay. Lordy man. That's not me. Of course, I'm not Lordy man, but yeah. This is important device. So let me close these things. This is gonna be a big machine. I'm not a Lordy man. So yeah. This device is going to be great. This is already more powerful than the Steam Deck. It's going to be able to run things perfectly fine, both VR and PC, and desktop, flat screen stuff. And it's still a Linux device. Yes, P8, absolutely. Nefariously. Yep. And so, without further ado, should include a book on how to run Linux. I'm going to show you. That's the next step of this thing. We're going to be talking about SteamOS. Buy 3, then wait a year, and they've been sold out for 6 months, sold for 3 times. Yes. But don't do that. The next step of this tour of ours. SteamOS. Let me grab the controller. We're going to use SteamOS for this. Let me just switch. Let me grab the keyboard because, I have another keyboard for this. And another mouse for this too. Okay, we are gonna talk about this lovely thing, right? Oh my god. This is being annoying. Okay, I fixed it. We're good. Okay, so here we are. Oh, wait. Let me do a thing. I think I'm hearing. Oh, yeah, I had sound on this thing on. Let me turn it off real quick. Okay, I muted it. So, more people to learn about Linux. Yes, yes. So there's multiple things about Linux or SteamOS in this case. When you have your Steam frame or uh your GameCube or something, you get this interface when you launch it. For the first time, you get SteamOS in gaming mode. Okay, that's how it starts. This is how you maneuver everything, you know? You have your controller, which I'm holding right now. It would be the Steam controller, for example, but I'm holding another one that I have, of course, because I don't have a Steam controller, unfortunately. See VR chat? I even have VR chat here because I was running it earlier. Actually, let me show you a performance differential here. Since we were talking about, this is the Steam Deck, which is weaker than a Steam frame, okay? So this is going to be a performance thing. What Linux OS do you recommend on NVIDIA GPUs? Bazite. Bazite is probably what's going to work best for you. With an NVIDIA GPU. Would be Bazite. Absolutely. So we're going to do... let me type. Sorry. Bazite. Thank you, Bart. Yep, that's it. Bazite. Like that. Yeah. Just like that. We're going to log in with Steam. So it's going to be running at 30 FPS at first. That's because I locked it to 30 FPS for performance reasons. More like battery performance. But I'm going to unlock it. Okay? I'm going to unlock the FPS. It's not going to be at 30 unless I go to the menus. It's 30. It's running. But we're not going to have it at 30. Let me fix this real quick. To be not at 30 FPS VSync. Unlimited might be too much, but let's do unlimited for performance reasons. See, it's running smooth at 60. We are good. It's hitting 60 because VSync is blocking at the 60 essentially. See, this is your chat on a system that is weaker than the Steam frame. And it runs fine, as you all can see. So, can the Steam frame run a full-featured VRChat thing? Yes. Yes, it can. We're gonna be fine. Full experience, no issues whatsoever, etc., etc. It'll be okay. And if you want, you can also use mouse and keyboard. I'm just not using it because I'm using the controller already, so, you know. So we're gonna cap it again. This way. I cap it at 30 when I'm just using it separately to save on battery, essentially. It's not because it can't run it, it's because battery saving. That's it. Oh, something to run fine PCVR, but standalone is completely different. This is standalone. This is standalone. This is the Steam Deck standalone running VR chat at 1080p and runs. Standalone is still running PCVR. Imagine like having I guess a Steam Deck on your face. Your Steam Deck is your VR headset, and that's what the frame is. Essentially, it's a Steam Deck, but powerful, more powerful than a Steam Deck, on your face. essentially. So it can run it. We're fine. In that regard, we're fine. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, see what I mean? This was me showing it, but we're gonna get out of this and we're gonna go back to Steam OS. Here we are. We have our games and the things. The Destiny Rising. Ignore that. Ignore that. You saw nothing. Um, and Tekken 8. Look, Tekken 8 is here. Oh look, our creators is here. Oh look, all these things here. Phasmophobia and all that. Heyo. Night Rain works here. I played Night Rain here before. Night Rain works. Elden Ring works. Blah 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 blah. All those things work. Elden Ring works great. On your face. It's a really funny line. Yeah, it really is. And then you have your menus. You have your home stuff where you can go to your library, go to the store, your media. You can also check your downloads here if anything is downloading, which nothing is. Um, you have your library where you can view it by what's installed. This Universe Online, Dead Cells, Double Dragon, Doom 64, Eartheon. I have Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy 14. I have Final Fantasy 14 installed here and runs great. Um, you know, Lots of things. No Man's Sky works fantastic on this thing. Also, works great on Linux. Works great on the Steam Deck. Rage of the Dragons. Lots of things and so on. I have a mix of retro games and more up-to-date games like Cyberpunk or Virtual Fighter here. Also had Tekken 8 here before. Um, and up here is Cyberpunk somewhere. Forgot where. Oh, see, there's Cyberpunk. It runs. It runs perfectly fine. You're good. Cool third game too. You saw absolutely nothing there. You saw absolutely nothing there. But anyway, it's all here. But there's also, the side menu. Here's your performance menus. This is the controller I'm using. It's the Goalie Kit. Don't worry about it. This is where you can see your frame rate and apply frame rate limiters and blah, blah. That's why your chat would not go over 60, even though it definitely was, is because I have a frame limiter. I have the frame limiter on. You can adjust several things and scalings and blah, blah, blah. But this is the gaming mode side, right? Everyone is wondering, how is the actual Linux desktop side of the SteamOS? So let's go do that. Let's go do exactly that. Let's go do exactly that. Here. The desktop. This is SteamOS. This is Linux. You have your start bar. Does this seem familiar? Does everything? Oh, there's updates. It's okay. I'm sure everything is feeling familiar because it looks like Windows, right? You get your Google Chrome here that I can open. And here we are. For some reason, it opened in that thing because, yes. And the what's new. Don't worry about it. That's an update that failed, essentially. Here we are. Here we are. We're in Google. We can search things. Why are you doing this? Oh, because I switched something. No, never mind. Ignore that. It's still gonna work. Don't worry about it. Here's the thing. Oh yeah, you can have animated backgrounds in with this. Oh, we still have Steam. Here's your Steam. See? Here's your Steam. Gaming mode is optional, by the way. You can't just. Why is this giving this thing? It shouldn't. I'm gonna disable that because you're using a wired connection, so you can stop complaining. There you go. And you're seeing here the stuff, you know? Yes, I have Minecraft here. For some reason, the pictures are not here, but they should have been. You have your games, you know? It's it's desktop PC, you know? You can do your, like, blah. You can do your Blender. You can do your Blender. You know, you can do your Blender. Here we are, you know? You want other things also? You can. There we go. This is Blender running. I'm not going to save, of course. I just opened it to show it. You want Godot? That's fine. You want to make a game? Let's go, Godot. Hey, yo. Here we go. Just make your project. It's all here. I actually don't have a project here right now. Wrong PC, essentially. But Godot is here, you know? You want other things? You want your office stuff? You good? Yeah, I'm showing off the other OS, yeah. SteamOS, Linux side. You know, you have Firefox, you have Microsoft Edge, you have Spotify, you have VLC, you have, let's call it Photoshop. You have Photoshop, you know? There it is. It's called Photopea here instead of being Photoshop, but it's the same shit. Yeah, it's just good heights, yep. Nope. You know, you have that. You know, and you know, update your computer, you can. There's Discord, there's Trello, you know, Minecraft also here. These are other things. I have Mega, which is the Mega Cloud thing. It's what I use. Chiak is a PlayStation thing. I think it's right here, you know. What are you running it on? This part is actually the Steam Deck. My actual Linux PC, the power supply died. So I'm using the Steam Deck for this. You want to update something? You go to Discover. Updates, fetching. Yeah. Then you know, fetching updates. There we go. There's the things that it updates. I'm not gonna update on stream, because you know, on stream. But it just updates everything. Yes, I have PlayStation 3 emulator here and so on, and RetroArch and all the retro cool shit and blah blah blah. Yakety schmackety. Um, there's here's your app downloading thing, which is bizarre. It's a bit white for some reason. Dark mode is not working. Thank you for the lurk. And you have your things here, you know. Ungoogled Chrome. Oh wow, Botrix just borked that. Good job. And you have your tools here. Yeah, flashbang, I'm sorry about that. For some reason, dark mode is not working. Even though it should, but it's not. But you know, it's like you want to look for something, it's fine. What are you looking for? Maybe you're looking for something like, are you looking for like Blender? Imagining that you didn't have it. Oh, look, there it is. I don't want to remove it, of course, so cancel. See, here's Blender to download. This is how you look for things. Oh, look, it's the Godot engine. The C-sharp version of the Godot engine, because they're different. They're actually different. The C-sharp version is different. So, you know, there's Blender. There's B for Artists. I actually use B for Artists. My phone at work, so I gotta... Oh, it's okay. Good luck at work. I actually use B for Artists, not Blender. It's a standardized Blender, essentially, but it still works like Blender. I actually prefer using this. I didn't install it here yet, but I will. So, you know, you can just look for stuff. If you're, like, wondering what to do, just check the more popular. You know? RetroArch, you know, Brave, Browser, Firefox, Bottles, Steam, if you don't have Steam already, which I do. You can have OBS. OBS is here, you know? See? OBS is on thing. If you want, um, let me open this. Oh my god, shut up. That is actually my bad. I'm doing something wrong, but that's me. DaVinci Resolve. I completely mistyped it, but it's okay. DaVinci Resolve is here. You can't just download and it goes straight to the Linux thing because it knows you have it. So, and you have your video editing software, which is what pretty much everyone uses now, as it is. So, it's all here. There's very little that doesn't exist or doesn't have a version for SteamOS slash Linux slash Bazide, whatever you prefer to use. Because there's many versions. I recommend probably Bazide. Might be the easiest one to use. Um, might be the easiest one to use. For people who may not be, still too used to certain things, and this is probably the best you can get. Um, Let me see. Any questions? Anything I may answer? Possibly, yes. There's Vivaldi. This is actually my main browser, but I'm using this one because it's the first one I clicked. It's the first one I clicked. There's Droid for Android it's not necessarily Android emulation, but we're gonna get there. If you want to play games that are not in, for example, Steam for some reason, just, click here. Open your heroic game launcher, and you got your stuff there. Oh, it started updating shit. God damn it. This is actually showing my, is it the GOG thing? I think so. I don't have anything installed, but I think this is, well, it's actually everything. I haven't put VLC on my deck yet. Need that. Yeah. I guess I like that. So I have things that are a mix from my GOG games and the Epic Game Store and other stuff. It's all here. Through this. Basically, if you want to see your stuff that is not in Steam, you use the Heroic Games Launcher, and you can add your stores. The Epic Store, GOG, and Prime Gaming. So, you go from here, right? You kind of just use it from here. Don't install Fortnite, though. Don't try. Fortnite is one of those games that they block Linux on purpose. Their reasoning? It's for safety reasons. Because Windows is super safe, right? Yeah. Windows is like super safe. Oh, that's why. They have safety reasons. Yeah. I never heard so much bullshit. Never heard so much baloney than that. Man. Things just work. I do have a section in my Discord for Linux gaming and SteamOS gaming and everything in VR. But yeah, this is the thing. I did my life like a stream. Pretty well. So yeah, this is the thing that I want to show. If someone has any questions about it, do let me know. I will go and show it. I'm gonna leave it here in the desktop right now. But as you all can see, it works the same way. You have your settings, This is your settings where you can change your wallpapers, your animation speeds, your keyboard layouts, your mouse pointers. If your thing has a touch screen, you set up your touch screen for triggers. You set up your game controllers, and so on. The audio displays, sound displays, blah 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 blah. Monitor resolutions, set everything up. It's the same thing. Linux is not that complicated. It's as complicated as you want it to be. As you all can see, it's pretty much a Windows experience. If that's what you want, that's what you get out of this. It's as complicated as you want it to be. If you want to go deep into things and start opening command lines and stuff, you can. There it is. There's the command line. You can if you want to. You don't have to. You don't need it. It's okay. You don't need it. It's the same thing as going to your Windows and opening the command line. It's optional. Not even in Windows you need to use the command line. Unless you really want to, but you don't have to. That's the point. Same thing here. All those myths of, oh, command lines, console, blah, blah, blah. No, no. Optional. You don't need it. You do. You can use it if you want to. You do not absolutely need it. You're fine. You're fine without it. Okay? Things are gonna work anyway. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the follow, the gamer. I got you. Nothing say. Bye. You know, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not complicated. And I think when people, because I think Steam Deck was Linux for the first time for a lot of people. The thing is, I've been using Linux even from since early days of Ubuntu a long time ago, before games even ran on it. I mean, World of Warcraft ran. That was the thing. You know. And now Steam Deck was probably the first Linux experience for a lot of people. They liked it. And I'm pretty sure that the both the Steam frame and the Steam machine, or the Gabe Cube, is also going to be a lot of people's first Linux experience. And you're going to see it's not that bad. It's pretty much fantastic, with better performance, which is the important thing. Here's me giving you an example. Cyberpunk, right? Cyberpunk runs on a Steam Deck at all because performance in Linux is just better. Everything is more optimized. If with the same hardware that you have here on the Steam Deck, you install Linux, you can. Why would you? Like, why in God's name would you do that? But you can. Cyberpunk barely runs. But it's the same hardware. It's just that Windows is a bloated mess. It has worse memory management, worse CPU scheduling, worse everything. So everything just is slower. Which is sad, right? This leads to the rest. I'm gonna leave this open, so if someone wants to ask anything else about SteamOS and Linux in general, I can jump back to here and show it. But for now, we're gonna go back to this because there's important videos to watch related with exactly this. Very important things. Oh, let me put this away actually for now. I'm not gonna need it for now. Frame is Noah. Hi, Ryan. So, speaking of that, let me show you something very important that a lot of people are not talking about just yet. Over here, expansion port, which is, where was the screenshot of it? Here. The Steam frame has this expansion port right here. It's for an add-on. a face tracking add-on. It's okay. The frame is gonna have face tracking and tongue tracking. Don't you worry about it. It's just an add-on. That's it. It's here. It's okay. Don't worry. We're gonna have our face tracking. So we're good. And now, welcome to Stream Open. Hi. And now we're gonna. I want to watch the LTT video about it. I think it's this one. Let me just close what we don't need anymore. And there's a few things we do not need. I think I already showed everything here. Right, I've done this, but it's okay. Here we go. Oh, close steps to the right. Dead. So we're gonna open all. It's all here now. It's all here now. This is the announcement. I'm gonna close that. LTT. Oh wait, no, this is Digital Foundry. Why do I have this twice? Oh, because one is the Steam frame and the other thing. Hi, Tangerous. Hi. Nice abstract, yes. Thank you for the reads of 57. Yeah. Upward hurrah. Hi.
Everyone knows that outside-in tracking is just better for VR gaming. It's faster, more accurate, and it's more reliable. Well, here's the thing. Valve isn't everyone, and the new Steam frame took my expectations of a lousy, flaky experience in a standalone VR headset with camera-based positional tracking and blew them away. They also blew away my expectations for their new Steam Machine and Steam controller, but that's a separate video. We'll have that link down below. Yeah, in 2 words or less, this thing is impossibly good, and maybe more importantly, impossibly versatile. They managed to make it lighter, more comfortable, and higher fidelity than the OG Index for PC VR gaming. They managed to bolt an ARM-based computer to it that runs mobile VR games and applications. You can even just for PC VR gaming. They managed to bolt
This is the headset when you remove the strap. Just the headset in this tiny thing. Hold up. That's crazy. That's crazy. What? No way. The speakers are on the track. That makes sense. What? This is mental. This thing is only somewhat bigger than the big screen beyond that is the smallest, but it's not standalone. This is the headset. This is it. Oh my god. That's crazy. That is fucking mental. Holy Jesus Christ. Okay, let's continue the video. I'm already blown away.
Bolt an ARM-based computer to it that runs mobile VR games and applications. You can even just sideload an Android APK, and the whole thing runs
You clicked
freaking
something.
SteamOS with a new element to their Proton compatibility layer called FEX that allows you to play desktop VR games. I'm talking x86 Windows VR games on your ARM Linux VR headset. I would mic drop this, but I think I'd get in trouble. The last part I wouldn't believe if I didn't experience it for myself, but they did all of this with latency that is
Okay, we'll definitely check the tested video after this. Yeah.
indistinguishable
Absolutely.
from the best VR experiences that I've had. But is it indistinguishable from the best segue I've ever had to our sponsor? Jawa. Jawa is your one-stop shop to buy and sell used gaming equipment and PC parts. If you're looking to build a new computer or upgrade your current one, check them out
Jawa
today
makes
using
so
our
much
link in the
sense as
video
a name, you know?
description.
Hear that? That's the sound of the holidays coming. Because if you spend over $100...
Frame is a fundamental shift for Valve.
Frame.
Rather than being an accessory for your gaming PC, it's meant to be a standalone device that can also be enjoyed alongside your PC using wireless streaming
Yep.
for VR, which sounds horrible, but somehow it's not. Let's take a closer look at the hardware. Then we can talk about how they did it. The headset that I'm holding is actually made up of multiple components. The core module contains the actual computer and weighs under 190 grams. Then next is an audio module that can be detached with 3 clips under the foam gasket. Then there's the head strap and a
Oh, you can detach the audio, meaning that you probably can use your own audio stuff if you have it. Oh my god, this thing is modular. Holy shit. Hold up.
attached with 3 clips under the foam gasket. Then there's the head.
It's goggles, yes, but you have an entire ARM device that runs Linux on your face.
Head strap and a battery pack that is cleverly positioned at the back to help counterbalance the device, improving comfort, and also to make it a little bit easier to cable manage if you wanted to have an external battery pack. The optics are, simply put, flipping incredible. Like other leading headsets, they're using
Special connect links. That makes sense. That makes sense. We're gonna check the test
pancake
video
lenses,
after this.
but unlike some other headsets that use pancake lenses,
The smallest. It was only slightly bigger than this. That's crazy. And it's standalone. This is not standalone. That's crazy.
lenses, there was very little in the way of internal reflections visible in the demo applications that I use today. It is possible that with brighter light sources, it could show up a bit more,
It
but
seems
that's
to
going to
be
be something.
so light. He's just chilling with it on his face, you know? He's just chilling with it on his face, like it's just there. He's just wearing goggles. We reached Ready Player One levels at this point.
that I'll have to save for the full review. What I can tell you is that
Oh, let me look at this.
under each lens is a 2160 by 2160 LCD display that's capable of anywhere from 72 Hz, presumably for power saving, up to 120 Hz with a 144 Hz experimental mode,
3D printed.
just like we had on the Valve Index. As for why Valve decided to use LCD rather than OLED, it basically came down to the light losses due to the pancake lenses. Ooh, since I'm pointing at them, on the inside of each lens, maybe you could even see them if you went cross-eyed enough,
Oh, God.
is an eye tracker that's obviously going to be great
Oh,
for
yep.
social VR experiences, but perhaps more importantly, enables
Yeah,
Valve
cameo.
to do what they call foveated streaming, which I'm going to have to explain later because it gets a little in the weeds. First, let's take a look at the controllers. Valve fully acknowledges that these are very similar to other designs in the market, but they
Yeah.
wanted something that was both great for VR and also great for your non-VR applications if you just want to use your headset as a giant virtual display. And they still managed to add some Valve touches to them, putting capacitive sensing on all input surfaces and on the grips, so you can still do 5-finger tracking just like the Knuckles controllers from the Valve Index. They have 2-stage actuating triggers, 2-stage actuating grips, which unlocks a ton of control customization. They use the same magnetic thumbstick as the new Steam controller for better reliability and a very small dead zone. And they each have their own independent gyros that can be rebound for aiming or whatever you want. I can't tell if they were being suggestive there, given the popularity of certain VR applications, but I can't say for sure that they weren't. Both controllers have an integrated IMU to track positional data and 18 infrared LEDs that can be tracked by the 4 high field of view cameras that are integrated into the frame's core module. These were strategically positioned so that even if you were, say for example, drawing an arrow from a quiver, it should be able to maintain tracking. Now, I didn't get a chance to try that, nor did I get to fire up Beat Saber, my favorite application for evaluating controller tracking under extreme conditions. But from just shaking around in the menu, they seem to track extremely well. Valve is claiming about 40 hours of battery life off of a single AA, and this battery compartment is a perfect transition into the customizability that's on display with this headset. They're going to have an optional accessory kit that includes knuckle straps for the controller, as well as a second head strap with a top Velcro piece if you like a bit of additional support. I personally liked it better, but I also didn't feel like it was necessary like it is on the much heavier Apple Vision Pro. There's a lot more to customize on the frame itself, too. It includes a spacer gasket for folks with long eyelashes and to improve compatibility with glasses, but Valve fully acknowledges that not everyone will want to use that because it does take away a little bit from their claimed about 110-degree field of view, so they are working on prescription lenses for the headset itself. We even saw a box of them, but there's no specific timeline on that. IPD adjustments are handled with a little knob on the top that spins a cog on the core module, and this is really cool. Right between the goggles at the bottom here is an expansion port that allows up to 2.5 gigabit MIPI cameras, or a single camera with a PCIe Gen 4x1 slot, allowing all kinds of possibilities for additional accessories. Like if you wanted color cameras, for instance. The built-in ones are only monochromatic. Or if you wanted, smell sensor. The sky's the limit. Since we're on the subject of the cameras, Valve says that they will work for inside-out tracking even in pitch darkness, thanks to IR emitters that are built into the headset itself. And you can expect tracking performance on the order of about 200 to 250 updates per second, which is about on par with the Valve Index. Not something that I expected. Now that I've had a chance to gather my thoughts and eat some crappy airport food, let's talk about how Valve is delivering a PC VR-like experience wirelessly when big names like Apple and Meta have tried and never really succeeded. It starts with the least interesting looking part, this 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi dongle. Valve built the headset with 2 radios and 2 antennas for Wi-Fi, along with a third dedicated antenna for your controllers or your Bluetooth peripherals. One of those Wi-Fi antennas handles 5 gigahertz for your game downloads, your multiplayer data, your voice chat, etc. The other one connects to a very high-end home router, or more likely, Valve's dongle using the so far mostly unused 6 gigahertz band. This is a perfect use case for 6 gigahertz, since it lacks the wall penetration that you might want for home Wi-Fi, but it excels at avoiding 2.4 and 5 gigahertz channel congestion while pushing huge amounts of bandwidth. With that said, while the theoretical maximum is right up there with wired connections, in the real world it falls well short of that. So what's the secret? Foveated streaming. Seeing this in action blew my flipping mind. Basically, the idea behind it is similar to foveated rendering, where the headset tracks your eyes and tells your GPU, hey, only render the area of focus at full fidelity and save your resources on the rest of the scene. It's a technique that's been used to great effect on the handful of PSVR2 titles that exist, but has been largely untapped on the PC side, largely because it depends on game developers to implement it. And also, most headsets don't have built-in eye tracking, so why would they bother? Foveated streaming then. Again, same idea. Focus your resources wherever the eyes are looking. Except in this case, it's not the GPU saving on rendering resources, it's the video encoding stream saving on bitrate. So you get crystal clear, high bitrate encoding, exactly where your eyes are looking, and then a little bit blurry everywhere else. At least in theory. In practice, it reacted so fast that no matter how quickly I tried to move my eyes, I wasn't able to catch it. But I also don't feel too bad about that. Valve put on an incredible demo for me in Half-Life Alyx, where they highlighted the maximum fidelity window as I was looking around. And even though they say it's only about 10% of the total video stream, it ends up being a pretty large window. Wild. As for the encoding latency, well, thanks to some clever parallelization of the encoding, you can expect anywhere from 1 to 2 milliseconds of extra latency on a modern GPU, and 4 to 5 for a slightly older but still VR-capable one. Not enough to notice or to contribute to significant motion sickness. And it keeps getting better. I managed to get almost 50 feet away from the dongle without a noticeable difference in the experience. Now, granted, this is still line of sight, but it's a lot further than I can get with a tether. Now, I did bring up the possibility of more than one of these devices causing interference with each other. And Valve said that while they have operated multiple headsets concurrently in the same space, they haven't explored more demanding use cases like packed VR cafes. Moving on to audio. The built-in solution is both incredibly impressive and also a little disappointing. I'm impressed by the audio quality. They apparently had to use opposing drivers to cancel out the vibrations to make sure that the inside-out tracking wouldn't get messed up, and they sound fantastic. As for the mic, I didn't get a chance to test it, but Valve assured me that the mics should carry on the Index's incredible reputation for stellar microphone performance. I'm disappointed because I literally had the engineer who worked on the Index and this new headset in the room with me, and when I asked her for a gaming headset with all this same audio black magic, she just shrugged. So, sorry y'all, I tried. In all seriousness, the speakers don't fire directly into your ears, so there is a bit more sound bleed than with the Index, but it doesn't seem like a game breaker, depending on what you're watching and who's around. The last couple of experiences I want to talk about are a huge deal, whether you plan to use them or not. The first is Thex, an open source project that Valve has been contributing, and this is a quote, quite heavily to. It's a translation layer that allowed me to experience a completely standard Windows x86 game, Hades 2 in this case, running directly on the hardware on the frame. I'm talking x86 code designed to run on Windows, running on a Snapdragon 8650 running Linux. Holy freaking mind blown. They're planning a compatibility list a la Great on Deck for the future. But wait a second, running on Linux? Yeah, Valve's been busy. Porting SteamOS to ARM. How did they drop so much news on one day? The frame does everything that you know and love about SteamOS, like fast suspend and resume and performance overlays, except on your VR headset directly. And as I mentioned briefly in the intro, if you blinked, you might have missed it. With this new ARM processor comes the ability to, supposedly, run Android APKs by directly sideloading them onto the Steam frame. And given how many VR experiences are designed to run on mobile devices, this is a colossal win. And with Valve's commitment to putting micro SD card slots on all their devices, it can't be too hard to install. Now, there are still some areas where the frame doesn't seem to be industry leading. The light seal isn't perfect, especially if you compare it to the Beyond 2 with its custom 3D printed gasket. The pass-through cameras, they're just monochromes, so don't expect to be wearing your frame out and about like people did with the Apple Vision Pro for the first week or so. From my very brief and admittedly not side-by-side experience, it's also not the highest clarity nor highest dynamic range display I've ever seen, and it's not as light or compact as, say, the big screen Beyond 2. But it's the overall package that should have the entire rest of the industry stopping and going, how did Valve, who, as of 2021, supposedly had less than 350 employees, manage to outmaneuver monsters like Meta, who spent $17.7 billion on Reality Labs just last fiscal year? I would ask Gaben how it happened, but I'm pretty sure he's busy on his yacht. All I know is that I want one, whether it's for wireless PC gaming, native gaming on the road with minimal bulk in my bag, or even just relaxing on the couch watching movies on the big screen. Like, what kind of sucker needs a big TV when this thing exists?
This is about right.
So, with the frame clearly taking the place of the Index in Valve's lineup, what happens to all the users of the Index and, maybe more importantly, the third-party ecosystem that exists around its base stations and Knuckles controllers? The short answer is the Index is EOL. But the long answer is Valve would love to see other players in the VR space approach them about continuing to support or even continuing to manufacture these devices. Whether that'll happen, I don't know, but at least Valve is open to the conversation. Just like I'm open to telling you about our sponsor.
Grammarly. Writing things like a novel, an essay, or even a quick thank you card can be difficult, and everyone knows is there to help you. Grammarly Pro.
If you guys enjoyed this video, go check out part 2 on the Steam Machine, as well as the new 2026 edition of the Valve Steam controller. Mind-blowing stuff today. I can't believe they blindsided me.
Okay, so hands on, which was the one? We had grammar here. Yes, exactly. Let me see. So the one that's good. Here we go. So, oh, it doesn't have the thing. Okay. We'll be skipping around. You will speak Korean.
And how this works. We're going to jump into a conversation deep dive with some of the Valve engineers who worked on the Steam frame and have lots more to share afterward. Take a quick look. It's actually more akin to a standalone VR headset than a tethered PC VR headset that we've seen in the past, like the
tethered,
Valve Index.
so
In
it makes
fact,
sense.
you can almost call it very inspired by the Steam Deck in that it's a device that can run games locally as well as stream them, both flat screen and VR games. So in the front here, on the Steam frame, using 4 cameras, so inside-out tracking, doesn't use Lighthouse base stations, and so there are 4 ultra-wide view monochrome cameras that do the world sensing, the controller tracking, as well as a set of IR emitters behind the headset here that blast into the world, so you can also track and use this in the dark. Look at the headset right now, and you can see there are these 4 ultra-wide monochrome cameras for world tracking and controller tracking, both the Steam frame controllers as well as the new Steam controller. There are a pair of microphones on the bottom. There are vents for air intake and exhaust that goes out the top as it's being powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon processor.
That makes sense.
And then also speakers. On the inside, you have a removable face gasket, and they will have a spacer option for people with additional eye relief needs.
The thing I don't like about my Quest is
There's
tracking the
a
controllers.
kind of light seal nose gasket that is
Makes
removable
sense.
right there. And on the top, you can see an IPD dial that adjusts your IPD to fit for your needs. There is eye tracking for their foveated streaming. And then, interestingly, there's also a micro SD card slot, not just for expandable storage, but because this runs SteamOS, you can drop in literally the micro SD card you have in your Steam Deck and play those games natively and immediately in Steam frame.
Right, it's still a Steam device, so it just goes.
Compute
No,
module
that nose
detaches
gasket
with these
is
3
done.
latches.
Okay, so why is it that shape? It's to adapt to every kind of nose. We all don't have the same shape. If it's split, it will just adapt to the noses. You know, it's not split, it'll just adapt to the noses. That's why it's like that.
That you toggle. And
Oh, that makes
so
sense, yeah.
this becomes a modular aspect where you can see this custom connector at the top. That also you can see the IPD adjustment mechanism that's turning that lead right there. And that's connected to a single cable to their battery
Which will I
pack,
make here and have no nose?
which is also have the
Have a
removable pad.
nose.
It's a segmented battery, so it can have this contour that fit the back of your head, and that counterbalances the entire headset. So the whole weight
Wow.
with the compute module and the headset is about 435 grams. with the option of an ergonomic strap that you can hook onto the top, hook onto the back to take more weight off the front of your head. Most of this is made with plastic, including pancake lenses. So this is extremely light at 185 grams for display panel, compute, and lenses. Basically everything except the battery.
Has got
volume.
What's got light?
Power button right here. And also an expansion slot on the bottom. It's also a custom port, but the hope is that might enable some type of additional pass-through camera.
I get it.
For color pass-through.
The weight?
If that's something that they're
just the thing is 180.
It's such a big departure from what we thought Valve was going to do, what they had been doing with, their partnership with HTC, with the Vive, with their development of the Index, and it's the latest evolution of Valve's approach to VR. There's much more to talk about, so for that we're going to jump into a conversation I had with Jeremy, Joy, and Lawrence on the Valve team to talk about all things Steam Frame. Let's jump in.
Copium.
All right, Jeremy, Joy, Lawrence, thank you so much for having me here to check out the Steam Frame. Seems like it's been a product that you guys have been working on for a long time. I see a lot of DNA of Valve Index, but also Steam Deck primarily, and what you guys learned from making the Steam Deck. But it's a VR headset, so I got some nuts and bolts questions.
We're not going to completely just listen to this. Let me check others, see what they have.
Valve has several hardware announcements today and some operating system announcements. The company is announcing its Steam Machine mini PC with SteamOS. Also, the Steam Frame VR headset with separable compute portion, accompanying Steam Frame VR controllers, and the new Steam controller. There are multiple aspects of software wrapped into these, so SteamOS on ARM, FXEMU, Proton updates, and of course SteamOS for desktop. So at our own expense, we booked some plane tickets, a hotel, and flew out to Valve to get some A-tier engineering discussion about all this stuff. We have thermal, acoustics, electrical engineering teams we're talking to today for the news announcements that Valve has.
And what happens is when the signal transitions through, it hits that, and some reflections go through the via, and they resonate and cause interference. We had more CFD hours on this thing than an F1 team has in a calendar year.
If you hit it with ESD, it doesn't blow out the front end of the chip.
It's interesting because there's a displacement, but then there's also velocity and there's also acceleration.
Some details remain nebulous. The release for all of this is sometime in 2026. The Steam Frame, in the very least, they're targeting early 2026. Pricing is TBD, but we have kind of rough estimates where we were told the Steam Machine, so that's the computer, it's like kind of, it's not really a console. I mean, it's a computer. It just kind of looks like and is positioned like a console, but it's more open than that. That is supposed to be priced as what they called a, quote, entry-level computer, and they made sure to specifically say it would be not priced like a console, but like an entry-level computer. Where that range falls is kind of a personal choice for everybody, but it sounds like it's going to be more than a console. One of the biggest challenges Valve is going to run into is this. That's right. This might look like a stick of RAM that just 2 weeks ago was worth maybe about $30, but today it is worth about $60. And so we'll see how that DRAM market shakes out as they approach the launch 2026 for the Steam Machine, but that's definitely going to impact the pricing decisions if it's still crazy like it is now. Valve told us that the Frame headset won't be priced higher than an Index. It was non-specific, though, on which SKU or bundle, if at all. As for this video, we're going to focus on news and engineering interviews for each component. We have at least 2 separate videos coming up after this that we split out, and we split them because it was like literally all engineers. It was.
That makes sense, because the full package of the Index to be 1,000 is with the base stations included. This has none. It doesn't need them. Of course it's not going to be 1,000 as a result of that. On its own, anyway. So you're probably just paying the headset and the controller. And if you go for more, it's because you're going for more. Our accessories like the hand straps and stuff like that, which I guess makes sense.
It's actually, we have a lot of cool information and we want to keep that density. We don't want to just chop it all up and put it in here. So we're going to have a separate video on acoustic, thermal, and power engineering for the Frame VR headset. If you're not into VR, it's still pretty interesting. And then we also have another one on the Steam Deck with one of its engineers. No announcements there, but pretty cool stuff. And we might also have some more on the Steam Machine coming up too. But for now, let's get into the specs and the news for SteamOS, which is a Linux-based operating system, the Steam Machine, VR controller, and then the controllers for VR. This video is sponsored by us and our AI Dystopia Kickstarter-style fundraiser. We posted a video yesterday about the time someone from the Secret Service spoke to us about a company we investigated, and we detailed the AI Surveillance Dystopia series that we have coming up, which we're funding entirely through support from the audience on our own store at store.gamersnexus.net. As part of this, we launched our brand new Retro IO drink coaster packs, made of a rubberized material with 3D height differences and components. Each coaster pack comes with 4 distinct coasters, 1 retro-style computer front panel with 5 1/4-inch drives, and even a floppy disk in the slot. It's got knobs, dials, and retro gray color matching. 1 video game controller themed around the USPTO's favorite customer. 1 IBM Model M inspired numpad with carefully curved borders and large keycaps. And the GN Retro case-style logo with careful object positioning to balance your drinks. We just launched these yesterday with our AI Dystopia series fundraiser, and already it's one of our fastest selling launches ever, accompanied by our 4 backer news. Now first, Valve has attempted to launch Steam machines before. I was there in the before times at GDC in 2014 or 2015 when a bunch of system integrators had basically mini ITX computers that Valve sort of said, look, it's not like literally a Steam machine, but if you call it that, we can't stop you. That's what they had. Never came out. They just launched its ITX computers from SIs, and that kind of killed the project there. It is coming out now, but unlike last time, Valve's going first party for hardware. SteamOS is available to partners if they want to work with other companies on it. So in theory, other people can build their own. I guess it would just at that point be a SteamOS box. But they are now deploying SteamOS for their first significant first-party supported desktop, or basically desktop deployment with a Steam machine. That's important as well. So let's start with the Steam machine and the specs. The Steam machine uses a BGA solution with SODIMM memory and modular M.2 storage, shipping in 512 gigabyte and 2 terabyte models with the micro SD card slot for additional storage, and there's an optional Steam controller bundle. Micro SD cards can be pulled relatively seamlessly between the Steam Deck and the Steam machine and transplanted between each other with games on them. It should be simpler than Windows in that way. The CPU is an AMD 6-core 12-thread Zen 4 processor with its IGP fused off, and the GPU is a separate semi-custom RDNA 3 28CU chip that supports ray tracing, which RDNA 3 does. The 28CU solution is paired with 8 gigabytes of GDDR6 VRAM, and then RDNA 3 was the RX 7000 series, so the 32CU RX 7600 would be relatively close by pure CU count comparison. There's other specs to consider as well, but just by CU count, this would be a little bit below that. System memory is separate at 16 gigabytes of DDR5 5600 laptop memory. For rear ports, the Steam machine has 1 DisplayPort 1.4, 1 HDMI 2.0 with CEC, 1 gigabit per second Ethernet, 1 USB Type-C 3.2 Gen 2 10 gigabit per second, and 2 USB 2 Type A ports. There are also 2 USB 3 Type A ports in the front, 2x2 Wi-Fi 6E, and another 2 separate antennas for Bluetooth and 1 specifically for the Steam controllers. Out of the box, it ships with SteamOS, although you probably didn't need us to go to Seattle to tell you that part. That much seems obvious. Our biggest immediate concern by looking at this is definitely just the thermals. Looking at how closed off the box is in general, there's not a lot of space at the bottom. That's where most of the air is going to come in. There's a little bit of space at the front. You can take the front panel off, and that opens it up a lot. But we can't really pass too much judgment on it till we have it to benchmark, which we will definitely be doing. Valve did do a lot of tuning on thermals, so they have a single larger
fan.
for this
Look at that
size machine,
monster
120
over
millimeter
there.
fan that's used as a pull solution. So that'll pull through the bottom and the holes in the front. It'll pull a lot through the holes in the front if you remove the front panel. But as always, there's trade-offs. So if you pull that front panel and more air comes in through there, that's going to come through the bottom. Something else might not get cool as much. Anyway, we'll test all that as soon as we have it in. There's a lot of thermal testing to do for that one. And acoustics too. We'll definitely be putting that in the acoustic chamber. But there were 2 critical shortcomings with the original Steam machines, the ones that predate this one for some quick history. The first critical shortcoming was Valve did not ship them. It's kind of the kind of the main one, really. The second was that Valve was working with third-party suppliers, that'd be system integrators in this case, iPower, companies like that, to make small form factor PCs as Steam machines. They did not intend to do large first-party runs at the time, other than a beta run. And there wasn't really a great reason to use the 2015 version of Steam OS from that time. It was nowhere close to where it is today. Steam OS just was a much higher path of resistance than using Windows, and Windows wasn't yet at peak spine.
Back then it was different.
And so essentially we just feel like now is the right time for us to make these happen, just because we finally feel like we have the software and the hardware pieces all figured out.
Right.
By all accounts, the SteamOS
It's a
experience on Steam Deck,
GameCube,
people
but it's the
love it. They love the convenience.
GameCube.
We're seeing a lot of people use their Steam Deck to dock to their TV.
Right.
Primarily, to us, that just means that that console experience is there.
That's
But we
important.
just simply feel like if we were to make something that's more intended for that use case, that doesn't have the weight and battery life limitations, we can give those people a much better experience.
Now, you might look at the Steam machine and our footage and think, if not console, why console shaped? And it's really simple. It's because it is a small form factor computer. That is all it is. It's an SFF PC with SteamOS on it. And that's a good thing. That's really what we want, because it has most of the modularity of computers. So it doesn't have the CPU and GPU. Those are BGA solutions. But you can still open it up and change things. You can access BIOS, so we're talking about that. Valve says it's more like a laptop-style BIOS in that it is not going to have as many options as, say, like the Asus motherboard for desktop or something. But they did say that, quote, you can play around with frequencies. So there's some level of tuning you can do in BIOS.
You can do some overclocking.
Choice to go with the BGA's N4 solution rather than something socketable, seeing as that benefit from AM5's likely immortality, if it's anything like AM4. And Valve considered modular CPUs and GPUs, but settled on soldering both chips to the board for thermal and size reasons. Unfortunately, this means it's not upgradable because they're soldered to the board, but it gives them more control over it, makes it smaller. The CPU has a peak frequency of 4.8 gigahertz from what they told us, which sounds similar to an R5 7640U. It's not exact, but it's kind of getting there. It falls short of something like an R5 7600 from desktop. Now, the silicon's off the shelf. It's an AMD semi-custom solution, so Valve worked with AMD to do some tuning on the CPU. It's not a lot from what we understand. It sounds like basically they fused off some parts they're not going to use, like the IGP. They did whatever tuning they want to do on the volt frequency curve, and then otherwise there's firmware customization, software customization, of course, and then the fusing off of certain elements. Now, the 28 CU GPU, from what Valve was saying, operates typically at about 2.45 gigahertz under load, although its peak opportunistic boost would be higher if you're familiar with AMD's terminology. They sort of have two boost states. One is like a nominal boost under load, and then the other one is peak opportunistic boost.
I mean, I was on the motherboard, so I'm really proud of how small it is for what it is. It's, both the CPU and the GPU is on it. We use the same thermal module to cool everything. So both the CPU and the GPU, the memory, and the FETs as well are all connected to the same thermal module.
Do you know, off the top of your head, the sort of power consumption during peak load or nominal load?
So the GPU is anywhere between 110, 130 watts.
Okay.
We're still dialing that in, to be honest. The CPU is closer to 30 watts.
Okay.
And once you add in memory and peripherals and all that kind of stuff, we're typically in the 200 plus watt range.
Now, in a later discussion, Valve locked down the GPU to 110 watts. We asked about the chipset. Valve said it's routing all of the I/O through the CPU rather than using an AMD chipset on the motherboard. This is an option with AMD. You can just go through the I/O die on the CPU. That is something that they support. We asked about the VRM. We'll have to wait for the teardown to get final answers, but here's what they said. Here's what Yazan knew off the top of his head.
It's 6-phase for the GPU.
Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, and then for the CPU, we have 2 or 3 phases. I don't remember exactly. The problem is there's different rails. I'm trying. So like the GPU, there's 6 phases for core, 2 or 3 phases for memory. For the CPU, it's a total about 4 phases.
Okay.
Split between different rails.
VSOC and vCore and whatever. Power is handled by a 12-volt solution. It's only 12 volts. On a pure technicality, it's not necessarily 12 VO in the sense that it is using a blade connector instead of going through cabling. So this helps with a lot of things, primarily space, but there are other benefits as well. And it's a 300-watt power supply that's mated directly to the motherboard with the blade connector. Valve is doing something we want to give them credit for here, which is a lot of the mini PC companies they are able to claim a smaller volume by shipping an external power brick with it instead. So it's kind of cheating at the numbers because there's still an external thing. They didn't shove it in the box, which means volume number lower and lower number better on that graph. So Valve shoved the power supply in the case, and that means they are taking up a decent amount of the Steam Machine's volume with a true internal power supply. Valve says that it hits over 92% efficiency in, quote, most scenarios, end quote. And given the thermal challenges and the space constraints, we think it's cool that they shoved it in here, and we're looking forward to taking it apart more.
We spent a lot of time thinking about airflow. Living room is actually a really challenging thermal environment, right? Like people can shove them in corners, put them behind things. So we thought about how do we have intake and exhaust that is hard to block. Somebody who's not really thinking about it, so we have bottom intake, so airflow kind of just flows around the front here through here.
Okay.
And then we also have perimeter intake here, 360.
Yeah,
again,
makes
because it's
sense,
really hard to block every single one of those.
Right.
Thank you for being here,
and then finally, we
Maze.
have
Good
exhaust on the
luck.
back because if you have cables attached here, you can't really push it all the way against the wall, so you
That
always
makes sense.
guarantee some space.
Now, the legs are short, which we pointed out, but Valve says that its goal, for whatever this is worth, and we'll do all this testing once it's in, but was to fit under a 6-inch shelf in a media unit. We probably don't need to test that. Probably just look at a spec sheet for that part. But the thermals we're going to test, and that makes sense for a living room environment. They were telling us that the design team was fighting over fractions of a millimeter, and so a difference in half a millimeter of height on those the feet on the bottom actually became a big deal if they're trying to fit within certain, I guess, media entertainment type furniture you would have under a TV or something. Valve claimed that the leg height as it is now, assuming it's not on carpet, still allows for 95% or thereabouts of flow performance as compared to a fully unrestricted bottom intake, meaning if you had an infinitely open bottom suspended in air, they think that they're close to it's in, but was to fit
over here
under a 6-inch shelf in a media unit. We probably don't need to test that. Probably just look at a spec sheet for that part. But the thermals we're going to test, and that makes sense for a living room environment. They were telling us that the design team was fighting over fractions of a millimeter, and so a difference in half a millimeter of height on the feet on the bottom actually became a big deal if they're trying to fit within certain, I guess, media entertainment type furniture you would have under a TV or something. Valve claimed that the leg height as it is now, assuming it's not on carpet, still allows for 95%.
There we go. Full size, see? This is what's coming with it. But you can upgrade it yourself. So technically, yeah, I'm true, yeah. So you can just buy even the cheapest version of this thing. Upgrade it yourself. That's actually pretty great, you know? Nope. I mean, it could have been. I've seen some exactly like this. But yeah, this is not the case here. HCM too. Yep. This is great stuff. This is fantastic. Yeah, mine does too, yeah. This is great. This is great. They really put this together like in a very nice way. There was some thought
or
put into
thereabouts
this.
of
was
flow
great.
performance as compared to a fully
Wi-Fi
unrestricted
adapter. Yeah,
bottom
yes, you can.
intake.
Yes, you
Meaning
can.
if you had an infinitely open bottom suspended in air, they think that they're close to around 95% of what they would be able to get in that situation. So we'll test that as soon as we get it in. We have all the tools for that. And you do absolutely need to make sure this does not go on carpet, though. And Valve did point out that they're going to say that in the manual or something to that effect. So
Yeah, no
as soon
carpet.
as it's on some
No carpet.
surface that will conform to it, it's going to be a bad time. Now, Valve had some interesting solutions to its airflow and size limitations. There's a plastic ridge on the bottom of the machine, and that is intended to block hot exhaust from recirculation, which it does simply by just dropping down slightly lower to the floor. Under normal conditions, we were told that the airflow split
Copy that.
between the bottom vents and the perimeter vents should be 50-50. The rear of the case is made of metal for the highest possible porosity while remaining sturdy and complying with the various regulations for exposed fans. And the front is a magnetic plastic panel with the intention that users can print their own, maybe with better airflow. Now, Valve did show us some other closed panels, but they were pretty cool. So one example was an e-ink display that Valve won't be selling, but that they were using for testing. You could make one of these yourself if you were crafty enough. The relatively large aluminum fin stack is mostly a single shared solution. It contacts the CPU with phase change TIM, uses paste for the GPU, and then thermal putty for the rest. It doesn't directly contact the system memory or the storage. Neither of those are soldered to the board, though. The heatsink has 4 heat pipes that look like roughly 8mm solutions paired with a single custom 120mm exhaust fan at the rear of the box, using a custom cowling that gives slightly more depth in some areas of the fan, which would enable better pressure performance. Using an axial fan rather than a blower for a device of this form factor is unusual and created design difficulties, Valve told us, as opposed to, for example, the PS5, where it just uses a gigantic blower. Now, the benefit of blower fans is static pressure performance. They are also pretty good at exhausting the heat out of a small enclosed box. The fan in this instance, axial one, is focused on static pressure. It ranges between 500 to 2,000 RPM, and it's got a blade to frame, tip to frame clearance of somewhere between 0.5 to maybe 1mm. It was a big range, but Valve wasn't certain offhand what that clearance was, and also wasn't certain if the material is PBT or LCP or what it may be.
One of the questions that people are asking is like, how did you arrive at this architecture? And the answer, I think, is probably going to be surprising to most people, which is we literally designed the fan first.
Okay, cool.
Because like when you, the laws of thermodynamics are not flexible. Like if you knew how much heat you're trying to remove, you can, and you know what the temperature the GPU is trying to reach, that tells you how much airflow you need. If you know how much airflow you need, you can get to design the fan. So we really started by looking at what's on the market, how much airflow they can get at what static pressure, playing with blade geometries, like getting the optimal fan that we can.
Well, the last thing on the thermal solution is we're probably going to do some Schlieren imaging for this one because it'll work perfect for it. I mean, we can test the sort of recirculation blocker at the bottom really easily with Schlieren imaging, and then we can also take a look at how the air enters and exits based on that front panel attachment. So that'll be fun for us once it actually launches. The memory is upgradable with disassembly of the machine. It is laptop memory. We're not sure if it's 2 sticks or 1 at the moment. Replacing the stock M.2 2230 SSD is easier. It's directly exposed, and there is enough room for a standard 2280 drive. We had a really interesting technical discussion. It's kind of a side shoot. It goes into PCB design and memory trace routing. And so this was cool, where the GPU is GDDR6 memory, VRAM, and that poses some unique challenges, Valve was telling us, where they ended up using a 10-layer PCB because of the memory solution. But here's the clip.
Adding layers is typically done because you need layers for routing, and that's for us was the main reason because we needed to. GDDR6 is really hard to route.
Okay. Why is that?
It's a lot of signals, very high-speed signals. You know,
Makes sense,
they're very dense, so it takes a lot of layers to do that. And also, GDDR is pretty power hungry, so you have to kind of use some layers for power routing and then other layers for signal routing.
And is it still true that each trace for memory needs to be the same length?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So you have to time delay match. It's not even the same length. It's time delay. So you have to like keep in mind the propagation delay because the top layers will have slightly different propagation delay than the middle layers. So you have to keep that in mind. Impedance as well.
Right.
So they have basically all the bits have to arrive at the same time.
Right.
Speed of light, you know, down to I think like a picosecond, if I remember correctly. GDDR6 is, as I said, really challenging. So like we have to do things like back drilling. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I don't think I am.
It's basically like when you have a hole through the board to transition through layers. It's just a through hole. So if you're trying to go from like layer 1 to layer 5, you have a stub that goes all the way down to layer 10.
Got it.
And what happens is when the signal transitions through, it hits that, and some reflections go through the via. They resonate and cause interference.
Is this the same as a via, or is it different from a via? Because vias I'm familiar with.
It's basically if you think about like the path that the signals take, right? They go from layer 1 and then go to layer 5, and they continue on layer 5.
Oh, they do the
Because the
breakdown
V has
right
to
now.
go through the whole board, there's a path where it doesn't take, right?
Okay, yeah.
Like a stub, like it's a junction in the road.
Okay.
And the signal wants to take one way, but there's the other one, which is a byproduct to just the manufacturing technology. So we have to go back and drill that path and remove it.
Okay.
So the signal doesn't travel
Crazy.
both paths and cause interference.
Cool.
Back drilling removes part of the via to only the part you're using.
Finally, there's a customizable LED bar on the front of the machine that's used as a status indicator for when the display is off. For example, it can show download progress of games. And of course, we're well equipped here to test the thermal power, flow, acoustics, all that stuff on this. I'm actually excited to turn all of the equipment on it because
Thank you for being
this
here.
is like exactly what we are set up to do here. So as soon as it's out, you'll want to check back for all of that. But let's move on to the next part, which is the Steam Frame. The Valve Steam Frame's key feature is its bandwidth-saving foveated streaming solution, which takes its naming and some of the concepts from foveated rendering but applies it to streaming. The frame is built modularly with a separable, fully contained, face-mounted ARM architecture computer running SteamOS. Now, we last covered VR in detail with the HTC Vive and the Oculus Rift. It's been a little while. That was back when the industry was a little crazy. Everything was branded with 2 letters on every device. VR. Fortunately, these days, as an industry, we've moved past using 2 letters to sell everything. Okay, look, it's not a good example right now, but now Meta's own ARM-based solutions are something more popular right now, and Valve did launch the Index in the meantime, since the old HTC Vive that it partnered with them on, and it says that the price ceiling for the frame should be about where the Index is. The 440-gram headset consists of a front-mounted 185-gram core unit and a back-of-head-mounted battery. Valve uses an onboard Snapdragon 8650 ARM solution with 16 gigabytes of LPDDR5X for unified system memory and VRAM. The headset will have models with 256 gigabytes or 1 terabyte of storage, and the frame also has a micro SD card slot, so you can use that to install more games or software. It has pancake lenses, 2160 by 2160 resolution LCDs, a 120Hz refresh rate, and a 144Hz experimental mode. FOV is up to 110 degrees. The 4 exterior cameras are monochrome but IR sensitive, and the headset itself contains exterior IR illumination. Valve uses 2 internal eye tracking cameras for its new foveated streaming feature that we'll get into momentarily, and audio deploys 4 speakers built into the head strap and 2 microphones in the headset.
The way
Valve
the
also has a
head strap is, I think,
PCIe
is
Gen
so
4 custom
fascinating.
connector at the front of the headset for future accessories or attachments. Potentially, they say, for third parties to use, with an example given of support for a color camera. The headset can also stream games directly from a PC using a 6 gigahertz included USB router, bypassing traditional wireless routers for the rest of your network and communicating straight between the PC and the frame itself. The controllers have capacitive sensing for finger tracking, TMR thumbsticks, which are identical to the ones used in the new Steam controller, and a full set of standard controller buttons. They take regular AA batteries, and to quote Valve's spec sheet, they have, quote, full 6 degrees of freedom tracking and IMU support, end quote. Now, the frame's SoC is an ARM solution, so an ARM solution in a VR head mount device is not that interesting, but SteamOS on ARM is pretty interesting, because thus far it's been on x86. So Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 8650 SoCs are used for the Steam frame. These are on a 4-nanometer process. And as for SteamOS on ARM, that includes ARM native compilations of DXVK and of VK D3D or Vulkan D3D. And it's also the first time that SteamOS is meaningfully expanding outside of handhelds, at least from any kind of first-party positioning, and into, for example, VR headsets. Now, the Steam machine's also going to get a SteamOS, but that's built for x86. So it's a Zen 4 solution, BGA, as we talked about earlier in this video. The Proton translation layer for SteamOS software compatibility was already pretty successful for Valve. They put a lot of effort into that. This is using significant development resources for FEX, F-E-X, emulation, in addition to the Proton translation layer.
Similarly to how for Steam Deck we had to make a lot of advances in Proton to make sure that was really solid before Steam Deck could be an actual viable product. For Steam Frame, we did a lot of work on FEX, which we see as a
is it a translation layer?
It's actually an emulation layer.
Oh, okay.
So it's like emulating the instruction set from x86 to ARM.
Cool.
And then so it's actually doing both Proton and FEX so that you can play x86 games standalone.
As for software compatibility, like the existing DEC verified program, Valve will be introducing a Steam Frame verified program specifically for running games locally on the Frame.
In a similar way where when we launched Steam Deck, we had a lot of work to do on Proton, and as time went on, we patched a lot of the holes, and then it became more of a surprise when a game didn't work through Proton on Steam Deck. We're doing this, we're in the same process with FEX as well. So like right now we're pleasantly surprised that so many games are just working. And we know that once we get these into developer hands, we'll be able to learn a lot more, and ahead of launch we'll have a sizable library.
Valve also told us that developers will be able to ship VR APKs on Steam, and for games with multiple versions, Steam will automatically choose the appropriate build, but it can be overridden. Valve stated, quote, APKs can also be side-loadable, just like any non-Steam applications on Steam Deck. We expect that VR APKs that don't leverage proprietary APIs to just work, end quote. The micro SD card slot should theoretically allow for seamless library swapping between other SteamOS devices and the Frame, like the Steam Deck and feasibly the Steam Machine, on a single SD card. This is something that Valve confirmed, as we talked about earlier, for the Deck to Machine sort of transition, and it should work the same to the Frame. The only thing we're not 100% sure about there is the architectural change between them, with ARM coming into the mix. So we'll still have to test this stuff, of course. Valve is pushing the use your headset as your display approach, even for non-VR content. Thus far, nobody, including Apple even, has been able to fully sell a mainstream audience on this approach.
So I would say Steam Frame kind of represents a fundamental shift in the way that we think about VR. Rather than being a PC VR accessory for your PC VR titles, we see Steam Frame as just a new way to experience your entire Steam library, whether it's VR or non-VR. And that high-level decision kind of filtered down into all of the product-level decisions that we made for the product.
For the PC to headset streaming, Valve's big advantage here over Meta is that it has a gigantic library with years and years worth of games that were developed to run on actual gaming PCs. So doing that and then streaming it to the Frame makes sense for them.
Every single device comes with a dedicated wireless adapter. This is a USB 3.
Okay.
And it's a 6 gigahertz native router. And it talks directly between your PC and this device. So there's a whole bunch of channels, and that allows us high bandwidth, high robustness, and low latency. And it's a dedicated link just between these two devices. Similarly, this headset has 2 radios and antennas, which means we can guarantee that one of those antennas is locked off to this dedicated connection on 6 gigahertz, while Wi-Fi is talking on the 5 gigahertz spectrum simultaneously to your local router.
The dedicated wireless dongle isn't a new idea, but Valve has planned around it from the ground up. Valve told us that, quote, the Steam Frame headset is Wi-Fi 7 capable, and when paired to your existing Wi-Fi, other streaming features, including foveated streaming and simultaneous 5 and 6 gigahertz, are still available and work great, end quote. So it's not strictly required to use the wireless dongle. Alongside the dedicated wireless link, the second piece of Valve's pitch for local streaming is foveated streaming. The naming is inspired from foveated rendering, which is a related concept that uses eye tracking to deprioritize the screen area in your periphery and render it at a lower resolution. This allows for increased frame rate, and a high FPS remains critical for VR headsets to avoid motion sickness in users. Now, historically, when VR first launched, the target was 90 hertz, 90 FPS, to avoid any sort of really bad feeling. The devices these days can go a little bit lower, but still higher is going to be a lot better with VR in particular. So these technologies are used to focus the sort of density of image quality to where the user's looking. Eye tracking updates every 8 to 12 milliseconds according to Valve, although the hardware could go faster. So this meets Valve's goal, they say, for stream quality while reducing power usage and getting the responsiveness they say they want. When we looked at Valve's debug tool, the company shows user eye position, which is pretty cool, and reflects the area of highest quality rendering based on that. We tested this for a minute or two at the end of the session. We couldn't immediately notice any lag in the render quality shifting, although we haven't had time to actually analyze it, of course. The software also showed where in the frame lifecycle and rendering pipeline the most time was allocated. It harkens back to some of our talks about simulation time error, animation error, and just frame lifecycles with Tom Peterson. Here's what Valve said about foveated streaming.
So what we're doing is at the streaming layer, we're calling it foveated streaming, where the areas that you're looking, we send essentially the full high quality content at the highest fidelity we can. And then for everywhere else you're not looking, we're borrowing those bits and also throwing them at that place where you're looking. So for instance, if we had, say, 1/10 of the pixel area is where you're looking, which is a very common number, then that's effectively a 10x multiplier in effective bandwidth, quality, as well as reduced latency. Because we can steer all of those bits to where you're looking. And that only works because the eye tracking is fast enough that as you look around the scene, we send the bits to where you're going to look before you land there.
Foveated rendering is already an established technology. Without that sort of baseline, it'd be hard to believe that foveated streaming could be reactive enough to not have some kind of downside. Now again, in the really quick testing we did, couldn't see any change, any difference in the image quality, meaning when I moved my eyes from here to here, it didn't feel like anything was left behind in that transition. And for people familiar with foveated rendering, that should be a pretty familiar experience. We still need to test it more, of course, but it looks promising so far. Now, there are a ton of variables involved with the performance here. That includes the performance of the host PC itself, the frame rate, things of that nature. But we did ask Valve for kind of a ballpark end-to-end total system latency when streaming, obviously contingent upon the frame rate, the performance of
I want to see it again.
As well as reduced latency.
Test more.
This.
Eyes from here to here, it didn't feel like anything was left behind in that transition. And for people familiar with foveated rendering, that should be a pretty familiar experience. We still need to test it more, of course, but it looks promising so far in that transition. So far. Now there.
Oops. I dropped something by accident. Shit. Let me grab it. We have it. I want to look at that. Enable OSC, share eye tracking data to their apps, yeah. And track your bathroom. Oh, interesting. Okay. I was just looking at the little thingies and see what could be
a ton of variables involved
different.
with the performance here. That includes the performance of the host PC itself, the frame rate, things of that nature. But we did ask Valve for kind of a ballpark end-to-end total system latency when streaming, obviously contingent upon the frame rate, the performance of the PC. They were giving us a number of 10 to 20 milliseconds, and that is total end-to-end in a good use case condition, meaning that the thing we were trying to focus down on was the actual slowest link being potentially is it the streaming itself to the device. And so 10 to 20 milliseconds was the target there. That includes encoding, transmission, and decoding on the other side. The target bandwidth is 250 megabits per second, and regardless of whether the headset is running wireless or wired, that's the baseline for that loose 10x multiplier that they mentioned in effective quality that Valve is claiming. Everyone seems pretty confused about the Quest 3's maximum theoretical bandwidth. So part of Valve's advantage here is that it's shipping the streaming hardware with the headset. So everyone gets a consistent high-performance experience, which is for streaming. It doesn't matter what router you have or whether your PC has a wired internet connection. Foveated streaming is also a system-level solution, so that means there is no additional developer support required. They do not have to explicitly build this in and support it for games. It's just there because it is a system-wide thing that's already in place. So in contrast to previous Valve headsets, the frame is a standalone battery-powered unit with inside-out tracking. No base stations, no mandatory wires if you're used to those. It ships with a 21.6 watt-hour lithium-ion battery. Valve also informed us that the Steam Frame hardware is not cross-compatible with the Index and the Vive at this time. Valve claims that power consumption from nominal to peak loads can range from approximately 7 watts when streaming to more than 20 watts when running games on the headset itself. Power is heat, of course, so at 20 watts, Valve's thermal solution comes into play more. The headset is separated into two modular units, the core and the head strap. The face gasket is attached with magnets, so the grossest part of the headset should be fairly easy to replace or take off and clean. The core is fastened to the headset with 3 toolless clips. The core contains the optics, the compute, and the cameras. Meanwhile, the head strap contains the audio and the battery. And because everybody with a 3D printer is looking for a problem to solve, we're pretty confident that people will make quick use of the modularity in the design. We got a huge amount of detail on the frame's thermal solution and how it's supposed to keep the device cool. We'll, of course, have to test that and keep the user's face cool. But we'll have most of that in an immediate follow-up because we went pretty deep on it with some of the engineers there. It's a really fun video. That's going to be a separate one on the channel, so subscribe to catch that. We're going to do some basics, though, for this one. The short version for today is that there are 2 heat pipes flanking the silicon with the PCB area at the backside of the BGA package cleared to allow rear heat pipe contact and conduction through the PCB. Both of these heat pipes, there's one on each side of the SoC, route to a fin stack at the top of the headset near the brow line, and then there's ventilation pointed up, out, and away from the user. There's a single custom blower fan in the core module center that's governed by thermistors across the PCB in addition to chip sensors. The displays are hotspots, but that's not necessarily a problem here.
The display behaves really well when it gets warm. It's actually a benefit.
Okay.
One of the things you want in VR is fast transition times because we run at such high frame rates. I haven't explicitly said it, but we work on the low end from 72 all the way up to 144 hertz.
Okay.
And the best way we're able to get those fast transition times at the higher frame rates is through the warmth of the device.
Okay.
So you can go too far, of course, right? Like a lot of heat.
Right.
This is an LCD system. A lot of heat in an LCD isn't good. But there's this happy medium in between where the device is warmer than ambient and can therefore achieve really fast times.
Valve provided justification for LCD over OLED, and that came down to what they said was, quote, FOV, iBox, cost, persistence, and weight, end quote. And to avoid blurring, the duty cycle for the LCD panels is a flat 8% at all frame rates, meaning that at 120 hertz with 8.3 millisecond frame times, for example, the illumination period is 0.67 milliseconds per frame. Sound is provided by 4 16mm drivers, that's 2 per ear, and Valve says that these have been tuned to cancel out vibrations within the headset.
The thing that's really interesting is when you integrate audio into a sensitive piece of equipment like the core module, where there's all sorts of tracking that's happening. The vibrations can be a limiting factor in terms of how loud the system can get. And so we've designed it with 2 speakers per side. They're actually oriented in different locations, in different orientations, so that they can cancel the vibrations at the IMU and the core while actually still doubling the amount of sound that the user is getting.
Okay. Now, as with thermals, we have a separate deep dive coming up on the acoustics. So Joy from Valve's team, who you just saw in that clip, had a lot of information to share here on the acoustic solution, on the speakers. We're going to include that with our separate thermal video because it's basically just like a ton of hardware-specific information without getting into the sort of the actual use cases of it. It's really cool, though, and we'll put that up separately. Headphones can be supported by Bluetooth and 3.5mm adapters, and as for the controllers, Valve claims 40 hours of battery life. Depends on the AA's you use. Of course, you can use rechargeables if you want. And the controllers look similar to the Quest 3s at a glance, although Valve emphasizes, quote, input parity with traditional gamepad, end quote, which is part of its push to play regular non-VR games in VR. Basically, you get all the normal controller buttons in the normal places. Also, the capacitive grip sensing has a limited gradient for the fingers and on-off sensing for the thumb. We haven't yet tested the index for comparison, but for context, the finger tracking is a differentiating feature of the index. Valve has taken a third stab at VR. This is a second stab at Steam Machines, Steam OS, Steam Controller, and arguably the Steam Link is kind of reincarnated in here in some capacity. It feels justified in the wake of the deck's success, but as we understand it, Valve's been working on the frame since at least about 2019, according to one of the engineers we spoke to. So it's interesting context because that means Valve was working on that before the Steam Deck launched and before the pandemic era VR boom, and also before the launch of Half-Life Alyx. The frame should be shipping to developers immediately, if not already, sometime in the near future. Up next, the new Steam controller, which is not called the Steam Controller 2, follows Valve's previous Steam controller, which was also named Steam Controller, but this Steam Controller memory holds that Steam Controller because it's overriding it with the same name, because that Steam Controller was dumped on mass for $5. The new controller, not called the Controller 2, uses Valve's dual touchpad input and significantly repositions and reshapes the controller ergonomics versus the original Steam controller. Valve said to us that it benefits from the deck's popularity and showed that controller key mappings can transfer directly to this controller. The new Steam controller can connect to anything running Steam or the Steam Link app and connects via the controller puck for wireless. There's also Bluetooth or USB directly. The controller contains a lithium-ion battery that can be recharged through the puck or USB. The thumbsticks are TMR and have capacitive sensing. There's a gyro with grip sensing and what Valve calls, quote, more advanced and powerful motors for high-definition rumble in the grips. As for the inputs, they completely replicate the inputs found on the Steam Deck minus the touchscreen. The Steam controller puck is a dedicated USB dongle that connects to the device running Steam, so probably your computer in most situations, and it can connect to up to 4 Steam controllers per puck. And this is both spiritually and literally a successor to the original Steam controller dongle in that Valve told us that the wireless protocol comes directly from the original controller. Bluetooth is still an option, but it has its downsides.
So if you add multiple devices, they share the bandwidth, and then when that bandwidth runs out, you have issues with lag and dropout. Yeah.
But also, it's just different PCs have different Bluetooth capabilities, different RF environments. Just that it's more about the consistency than anything. Like a device with good Bluetooth will do really well. It's just that the consistent device to device and the consistent RF environment which really comes into effect.
One of the more interesting things to us was the way Valve's antenna design works for the Steam controller.
One of the things for like ESD,
I can say this because of having. Let me pause real quick. Since I have a Steam Deck, right? So that is basically the Steam Deck's control system, but without the screen. It's like it's just the input, no screen. It's like the Steam Deck without the deck. It's just the controller. It's like Steam Deck without the deck. It's just the controller part of the Steam Deck. And it's great. Really good and responsive stuff and so on, and works great. And very customizable even in terms of controls because of extra buttons. And the touchpads can simulate stuff like mouse controls and so on pretty well. So this is super promising.
You have to go through compliance. So on a product, you have to zap it with the ESD gun, make sure that it's going to be good. With our antenna design, we landed on a design that solves cost problem as well as ESD because the antenna is basically grounded.
Oh, okay.
So if you hit it with ESD, it doesn't blow out the front end of the chip.
Cool.
So that was something that,
Amen to that.
We learned on
Amen
Index, and we brought that in for here.
Okay. So cost and also
They're
just
so
functional.
Cost, functionality,
use them
and it
as,
actually
like,
gives us
trackpads or
we
mouse
say we
pads,
have
or
a
if you use them as
5-meter
extra buttons
range
too.
by getting the antenna away from everything
There was
else.
for example, for PSO2, when I was playing PSO2 on the Steam Deck, I actually set it up as extra buttons to use the the hotkey bar. The hotkey bars were all on the trackpads and the back buttons, for example. Apple got him. Now I kind of figured because Brad got really used to the pass-through and stuff. If this doesn't have the pass-through, then no. If it's not the pass-through that he's gonna, because it's black and white without being changed, because apparently it can be changed. That's the thing. Then no. I guess he's gonna use it as a secondary thing. I'm pretty sure he's gonna use it as a secondary headset, but the main for his everyday thing is probably still gonna be the Apple one. Yep. I can see it. I can definitely see it.
The controller has a lot of stuff all packed in there. So where do you put the antenna where your hands aren't going to be?
Yeah, right.
Because you're always, and there's lots of different ways to hold it.
I can definitely see it from the perspective of someone like him that really, he replaced his monitors with virtual monitors using, the Apple Vision Pro, right? So I can see how for him getting, losing that would be complicated. If not outright impossible, because he got used to it. He set his entire workflow around that. And missing that with this one, unless there's a way to make everything work the same way, or at least with the same capability, I can see why it's not going to be his main. And AVP is going to continue being his main. And this will must be a secondary. Maybe the one he'll use for games, possibly. I can see that. When he does game instead of the other. I could see that.
Controller, if you hold the claw, right?
Where's
the antenna? Well, I'm blocking it. So
I could see that.
Where does it end up if we look at the actual controller body? Where does the antenna end up?
So the antenna, you can see the thumbsticks are here, the antenna's there. So it's kind of right in the ideal spot where you're not putting your finger up here in normal gameplay.
A question we had here was if you have 4 devices connected through the same hub for the controllers, is there any concern of latency or dropout or other issues as a result of 4 devices just sort of sharing the same connection ultimately. And Valve claimed approximately 8 milliseconds of latency with the wireless connection to the puck, as they call it. But they did emphasize that performance should not worsen as more controllers are connected, up to, again, 4 for one puck. The Steam Machine actually has the same functionality built in, basically, where it's got a dedicated antenna separate from the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth antennas for connecting up to 4 Steam controllers. And those are mounted to the heatsink, which kind of gives them the best possible positioning in the Steam Machine. Now, the puck also functions as a magnetic charger with pogo pins. Valve says its conservative estimate for battery life is 35 hours. The battery is a lithium-ion pack. We asked about user serviceability and repairability of the controller in general, but specifically getting access to the battery if someone wanted to replace it. Valve said that it is intended to be user serviceable in the sense that you can get into everything with a screwdriver. They didn't talk about any plans to provide parts or anything like that, but it sounds like it's at least not hostile towards the user if you want to open it. In addition to the touchpad haptics already found on the Steam Deck, the controller contains more advanced haptics as well.
One example that helps is think of it like speakers. So like some speakers have really wideband performance and like they're pretty flat for a big frequency range. Some speakers don't, right? They are like a bass that only operates in kind of very narrow frequency band. And so basically what we have here is something that's got, it's a linear motor that has a wider bandwidth so that it can replicate those higher frequency and different frequency waveforms better. So it's a better, higher fidelity speaker in some ways, just in the haptics world.
Valve was also clearly proud of its TMR, or tunnel magnetoresistance thumbsticks, which sounds like something that Magneto invented. And these are the popular successor to Hall effect sticks.
And you can see these thumbsticks. One of the things that, Hall sensor thumbsticks have been a big thing in the industry. TMR is kind of new to the scene. It solves some of the power problems that Hall had, and keeping the sensitivity.
Are these off the shelf? Are they customized for the sticks that you guys are using?
We work with external suppliers, and like we're not fully integrating the thumbstick into like the mechanical housings. But yeah, we're using off-the-shelf suppliers for these.
The controller contains a 6-axis IMU and capacitive grip sensing that can dynamically turn gyro controls on and off. And then the controller also contains LED markers in it, so if you're wearing a Steam frame and using that controller, it can detect its positioning. All right, so that's kind of the basics of what you need to know. We do have additional follow-ups. So like I said, we have a separate acoustic power and thermal engineering discussion on the Frame VR headset. I would encourage checking that out, even if you're not really into VR, because it is pretty interesting from just an engineering standpoint. And then we have a separate deck video coming up as well. We're excited to do the testing mostly because the Steam Machine specifically is basically exactly what we are set up for here, where we do all the pre-built reviews, and it's the same process. So I'd like to do the Schlieren imaging testing on it. We probably run acoustics in the hemianechoic chamber.
This is really,
we can hook it up for extensive thermal, all that stuff. It should be a pretty fun test. Whether or not the device is any good, I don't know. We don't know right now, but we've got a lot we can benchmark on it. The most interesting thing other than that is probably going to be the OS in a more official Valve sort of authorized or backed way hitting desktop. We're already testing Bazite, but if SteamOS gets a more proper deployment on desktop, then we would definitely add that to the round for speed of testing as well. So early 2026, it sounds like for all this, pretty early announcement in that regard. We asked why. They said they're mostly announcing it this early because they're going to start trying to get people into the dev kit program, and 2 things. One, as soon as they do that, everything will leak. And then 2, I think they are trying to let people, game developers, know that dev kits will be available for a lot of this stuff. So anyway, prices and final release date are TBD, but it should be early 2026 for a lot of this. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Check back for the other coverage from the event we flew out to. And you can subscribe for all of that. Go to patreon.com/GamersNexus to support us directly, or check out yesterday's video where I talk about the time I spoke to the Secret Service, or at least someone from there who was very...
Okay, it's going. Oh no. I hope it works out and it's not too evil.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, this is a very long one. I'm not gonna look at that. Oh, emulation, yes. Retro Game Core. Talk about that. It's the GameCube. Oh my god. Hi. Blah. Well, it's not bite dimension. 2 tweets. Oh, please, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, Dragon. Let me do the thing. There we go. Oh, you're here. They're in Tech Talk. Okay, let me check it out. Thank you. Let me click the things. Zoom, 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 zoom. Tuck, 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 tuck. Tuck, tuck. I want to see. Called it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, minor things are still fantastic, you know? It just means people. Oh, this is amazing. It's literally just a replacement shell. I think this is great, you know. This is amazing. I love it. I love everything about this. This is so good. Well, let me see the other one. Copy link. Yeah, of course they would. Of course the brand would do that. Absolutely. I love it. Okay, let me see the rest. Let me see the other one. The gaming accessories. Stay tuned. Hey yo. Oh yeah. The Gamer Nexus video showed this, and they said they were not going to sell this, but I guess they will. I guess they will. The cake is a lie. The cake is a lie. Yes. This is good. This is gonna be like super interesting, I think. I think this is gonna be super interesting. Because they're making everything like super modular, right? So, people were like not happy with the cameras. The standalone ink display maker. Yes. Absolutely. We're gonna get the gaming accessories. Yep. I'm gonna say like do this, and I'm gonna follow. Yes, you know, because yes, I'm gonna follow because yes. So this is my gaming account. Yep, it's here. My gaming account. I'd see a mock-up of the GameCube controller and memory card ports. I mean, I can absolutely see that. And if people are like creative enough, they add like the actual USB GameCube controller thing to the frame, connecting it to the USB port, and suddenly you have 4 GameCube ports in the GameCube, because yes, I don't know. I think this is really exciting. This is really like super exciting. Everything about it, I think, is great because it's all very open. And anyone who's sad that the cameras are black and white for pass through, even Valve were saying, look, this is modular. You can add color cameras or face tracking. Crazy shit that a VR headset is modular in this day and age. In their defense, you know, the Index was probably the first that was that modular. This just goes beyond that modularity. Speaking of modularity, one thing that will definitely work really well with this thing is gonna be these. Yes, I had this in the extra section. It's kind of relevant. Oh my god, please show me. Show me the relevant meme. These here, the Fluxpos. The Fluxpos are... I'm looking forward to this. I'm really already let me see the meme central. I see it here, right here. I'm not clicking it. Oh my god. Lindy, of course. Lindy was post somewhere. Let me see. Cube, sci-fi concept, GameCube. It's the evolution, you know. Oh my god, hi Weaver. Hi. And Meta said they were the open. Meta is closing everything down in such a way that right now, Valve. Oh, pretty well, Weaver. Hi. Right now, Valve with this thing here is taking on everything. They're taking on the Galaxy XR because the Steam frame has better hardware. You just saw Index is no longer being manufactured. Yep, that makes total sense. It's AOL, end of life. Yep, that makes sense. They're just going all in for this, but makes sense. Yeah, I get it. This thing, like, man is why VR stalled. It is, yes, because they just got stuck. And I was trying to be back around more often, in fairness. And you're succeeding, absolutely, yes. It's okay. You can be here when you can be here. And you're always welcome. And that's what matters, yeah? Like, Meta helped spread VR, but then they kind of just sat on it. They just sat on it. Did nothing with it. Or did it wrong. When they had a good idea, they just fucked it. I'm evil like that, you know? The warm welcomes, it's evil. And this thing, like, the Steam machine is essentially a PS5 Pro. If you like that, yep, they got rid of all the games. A PS5 Pro, if this thing ends up being between $600 to $700, this is a fantastic PC. Unless you're giving us your data. Yeah, made it probably. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And the Steam frame. I think that the most flabbergasting thing in all of this is the Steam frame. Because if they're saying they're going to keep, and this is something that Steve from Gamer Nexus actually mentioned that I completely forgot, right? I completely forgot. Let me see where it is. Let me open. I don't think they have everything here anymore, but let me see if they still have the index listed. I think they do. Okay, so let's go here, right? Where's the packages? Thank you. Yes. Okay, so I was not thinking about this. Everyone is considering that the Valve index is 1,000, right? It's not. It's actually not. So when they say they're gonna have the Steam frame, the frame, B. If they're gonna say that the Steam frame is gonna be, yep, $749. Yeah. If they're saying it's gonna be less. Yeah, do they mean the $749, which is the headset and controllers, which for me is €800. Yeah, for controller and headset. Will it be around the 700 range? Is that where it's gonna land? You know? Is that where the pricing is gonna land? Because if it is, headset and controllers, the Galaxy XR is $2,000. $2,000. Okay? And if this thing is less than 1,000, which apparently it will be, it's going to be less than 1,000, period. It's going to be kind of crazy. The fact that it's going to actually have a more capable CPU and GPU combo than the Galaxy XR and be less than half the price. That is just mental. It's absolutely insane. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's just insane. And sure, doesn't have face tracking. It's okay. The interest for the module is there. I'll buy it day one pre-order. Yeah, if it's around 750, it's gonna be it's a fantastic value. It's gonna be a fantastic value for what it has and what it can do. Because it's not just it's VR, it's desktop. It's literally what it's usually called a headless system, which is where a system that does not have an actual display that is used to connect other things to it. So it's literally a headless system in the headset. It's an all-in-one, which in itself actually has a CPU that is faster than the Steam Deck, so technically it can even be used as a computer better than the Steam Deck can. I don't remember the prices. The other packages with full kit, including... Oh my god! That's... Yeah, I can see that being a problem. So I think... My opinion... Okay. I'm gonna put my opinion here. If someone is wanting... So the frame... I can see that if we kind of look into it. I guess it could be that. You know, worst case scenario maybe, you know. We're all speculating. But I could see that. I could absolutely see that. I can see the GameCube being also within 1,000, maybe less, 700 or something. It's roughly, for those that need that conversion, that's ballpark. Yeah, a ballpark, yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes it even more expensive. Holy jibbers. Holy bejesus. Holy bejesus, you know? But I think if someone is, like, wanting... Could you do emulation on it? Yes, yes. It's SteamOS. It's SteamOS. You just install it. You just install the stuff. Yep, you can. Extra news, your software and machine will be launching in Australia at the same time as the world instead of 3 years later. Yeah! Nice. They're actually going for, like, a full-blown thing. That's great. So this is gonna be really nice. So, I do believe that these are so fucking tiny. Look at this thing. It's like, oh my god. This is literally, these trackers here, the way they work. These are like the ideal trackers for everything, but specifically for the Steam frame. Because no base station, no anything. They self-track technically from a specific central piece, which is its own base station, to call it something. You know, it's like, it just works because this is light as shit. The compute puck that is the headset of this thing is just marginally larger than the big screen beyond. And it's all self-contained. That is crazy. That is just crazy. Absolutely mental. It's literally just this part. The rest is a strap that is removable and replaceable, and you do whatever. This entire thing is modular. You want to make another strap, you can make another strap. You want to replace the entire audio system, you can replace the entire audio system, if you know what you're doing, of course. You want to replace the battery? You can. You can. It's all of these things are modules that get stripped out of the main core thing. And the main core thing is this small. Don't move. No, stay. Stop. This. It's just this thing. This thing is like big screen beyond, a bit bigger because it is stuff inside. It's crazy. It's crazy. Get some sleep, but I'm happy this news came out on a rare day I can catch a stream. Heck yeah! Sleep well, that I could. Thank you for being here. Bye bye. This is so good. I get more emotional when I affect the Steam hardware all runs its own distro lives. With me running a little extra hoops to jump through phone to make it work. Ah, it's okay. I just hope the accessory ports in the frame are not like the VSBs and have pitiful USB bus power, so other things. No. So they actually talked about that in the blah 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 blah. Where was it? Which one did I use? Okay, yeah, from the one from Gamer Nexus, they actually talk about the power, and the expansion stuff is actually two things inside it. There's the external one, and there's internal expansion as well. And they actually talked about adding pass-through color cameras to it. So the power is enough to power all the expansions from what the headset already is, to ensure that you don't get the problem of the, the big screen beyond stuff. So they thought about it. They designed everything to be fully moddable and adaptable, changeable, replaceable, everything. Everything around the central compute core, which is the thing, is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Hey Sonic, EXE, welcome stream. Happens, hi. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, that thing is they designed it. They definitely put thought into this to make the whole thing like make sense, even from a modability standpoint, right? Also, side tangent. I know the Flexible is an expansion dongle for additional trackers, but how would the original dongles connect to something like Frame? Is it BT or USB dongle or what? USB, as far as I know. As far as I know, I could be wrong, so don't take my word for it. But as far as I know, the dongle connects to whatever device it is. Could it be PC, Windows, or Linux? Which means if it's Windows or Linux, technically, it'll work. It'll just work. It'll just work. Yep. It'll just work. You connect thing and things work, essentially. Except this accepts 10. It goes for a full-on 10 thing. Now there is a USB cable on the back of the charging cradle, so hopefully it's a separate dongle and the cradle just USB pop. Possibly, yeah, I can see that. I don't think they specify that. These are so tiny. My God, this is incredible. This is crazy. This is crazy tech. Add-ons from 7 to 10. The Pro Kit. Core Kit plus 3 additional trackers is dock, beacon, and 8 trackers. Okay, that's good. I don't think they have anything else right now saying. I know this is open for tinkering, just like the hundreds were, which makes this a very compelling device. Very compelling device for multiple reasons. Because even if it doesn't work on something, you make your own thing to install and then to make it work with that something, and vice versa. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Can I use after the beta period? OSC trackers? Okay, so right now this does not work. After that, yes. See, it's the thing that I was telling you that this is gonna work with OSC trackers. There we go. This is it. Hey Savage, hi. I can stream. I've heard doing well. Wireless communication. Okay, so it's like Wi-Fi, but not. It's specific for it. So that's okay, thank you. I've heard doing well too. How long does the battery last? Hello, ad, my old friend. God damn it, ads. No. No. Everything. Everything. It's because Valve announced many things. The Valve hardware of 2026. Ta-da! So I'm talking about everything. Everything. No exception. Everything. Everything. I mean, I think I've been talking about it for the past 4 hours and a half. Non-stop. Talking about it, showing it, showcasing it, comparing it with equivalent stuff, and giving you a pretty good idea of what to expect out of it. Dorky Tomboy guarantees, I guess. So 8 to 10 hours, 24 hours in Power Saver. Interesting. I guess it's less accurate, I suppose. Okay, and if anyone was ever like wondering how accurate are the Fluxpose trackers? This accurate. They're this accurate. The small one is the Fluxpose. The big one is the regular base station stuff, which is the most accurate thing, or so we thought. But this is the thing that I theorized that using magnetic fields would be just as accurate because it's essentially just magnetic beams instead of being laser beams. Therefore, no occlusion, but the accuracy is the same. Ray Ken's the one with you say, Dorky Tomboy. Replies. I mean, I am a Dorky Tomboy, so it kind of works out, you know? Now you should watch that Gamer Next video instead of asking all the questions, but I'm already here. For the internal modules you mentioned for the frame, it's not just USB. It's not just USB, no. It is not. Let me grab you the picture showing the port. So the expansion port is not a USB port. It's a specific type of port for high rate data transfer. Targeted at potential use of visual, meaning, you know, face tracking. Let me grab the thing because Bart sent it to me. So let me just grab the link copy. Let me put it here. So this would be the picture. See, it's here. It's this odd little connector here. This is not USB. It's something else that might be maybe protocol compatible, but it's a high-speed thing. Okay, ZIF connector. There we go. You knew the name for it. I did not. There we go. So yeah, this is what it's going to use. It's going to use a ZIF connector for this thing. For, you know, expanding, for face tracking, whatever you want to do. And then inside, the Gamer Nexus video mentions this. The Linus Tech Tip video mentions it as a possibility, but doesn't explain why. But the Gamer Nexus video actually goes into it a bit more, and basically there's more inside that is moddable and modular that can be swapped for other things like color pass-through, you know, like replacing the black and white pass-through to be color pass-through, and stuff like that. Use a lot on laptops and such. They're usually those white and blue. Oh, okay, I know which ones they are. Okay. Yeah, okay. I know which ones you're talking about then. Okay. I didn't know they had that name. The more you know. Thank you. I actually didn't know that was the name. But I know that the ribbons you're talking about. I know the ribbons you're talking about. I opened my laptop. I think that's what they're called. It's probably that. That makes sense, yeah. So yeah, this is... You can still do other things with this, right? So there's like... There's this. There's the internal thing. And then on the actual strap itself, on the battery module, there's a USB port that is used for more than just charging. It does charging, but also data transfer. It's also data transfer. Which I can see why they put it close to the module, the battery module. It makes total sense. The micro USB hub, that like another thing, you probably can. Yeah, you most likely can do that. Yes, I can see that. The other USB they said is data and power. It makes sense that it's close to the battery module to power stuff without technically stealing power from this, because this is already powering the ZIF connector, right? So it makes sense that this powers the ZIF connector, so everything is powered in the same thing, and external devices that connect use the other one, which gets powered directly because it's in the battery module itself. So it doesn't lose power, essentially. It's all there. It's all in-house. So it just makes sense, essentially. Because this entire thing is the battery. Where the cushion, the cushioning. So yeah. This is fantastic, I think. The Steam Machine or the Gabe Cube. The Gabe Cube is a fantastic device. The Steam Frame is really promising. It's like, even if it's missing something, just add it in. And one thing that was not, it was briefly mentioned as a possibility, but there is a confirmation. I put it here. Steam. I can't wait for Protonity to get updated with Frame. Yeah, absolutely. Android games are gonna work on Steam. General, not Steam OS in specific or something. No, Steam. So, for example, let me real quick switch to this. Let's say you're in Steam OS like I am right now. Or Steam in general, like I am right now. Just go open your Steam and... Oh, look, you have Destiny Rising in it. Look at that. Look at Destiny Rising there. Hey, yo. This soon just means I can't wait. Yep. See, look, Destiny Rising is in your Steam, because you can just install Android stuff in your Steam devices. That's gonna be a thing. And it's a great thing. So, just an example, because I kept SteamOS open here when I was explaining things and talking about this. I also talked about SteamOS and how everything works and what to expect from both the frame and the GameCube. So I plugged in the Steam Deck so I could show the SteamOS, which is going to be the same thing. Mine might be slightly modified, don't worry about it, because I already customized it and all that. Only slightly, not by much. So stuff like that. Blank. And we're back. So this is very, very interesting and fascinating. I think what's happening, apparently, Microsoft congratulated Valve on the announcement. They're butthurt, apparently. Because if this thing is less than 1,000, and it's probably going to be less than 1,000, it's going to destroy the next Xbox before it's even out. Because they already said it's going to be more than 1,000. This is going to destroy it. This is already going to destroy the Android XR, the Galaxy XR, because this is like, it's probably going to be half the price at the very least, with more powerful hardware and moddable, expandable hardware. Yeah, long live the Xbox and the GameCube, yes. Let's notice, it's weird to never notice you have persistent cough. It depends on how I feel. Sometimes I feel better, so I don't, but I do have it. Yep. It's just one of those things. It just happens from time to time. Yep. Just happens from time to time. So yeah, this is, this controller? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be a thing. I'm very happy about this controller, and I can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. I have no use for a Steam machine, because, you know, one day, maybe I'll buy one, because, yes, maybe, eventually, one day, no rush. There's no specific rush. I'm still getting the control, but I'll hold off on the frame. Recent investments would be in 2 more base stations. Yeah, absolutely. That's completely understandable. That's absolutely understandable. Makes all sense. Yep, 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 yep. I saw something. Hydrate and posture check. And hydrate. Like, me will depend, right? Because the thing is that even if I get this right and start setting everything up and preparing things, and maybe I'll even for myself, I'll use it. But for actual stream use, I would probably wait till I have face tracking on this. Whenever someone, or even Valve themselves, release an add-on for it, right? Or Project Babel releases something for it. Or there's a do-it-yourself thing, you know, something like that. Because, you know, that means I would most likely still continue using the Quest Pro 4 strings, so I can have the face tracking and all that, like I have now. But, you know. So basically, I'll probably get it. Mainframe, just being an impossible beast, runs VRC and OBS. See, here's the thing, right? Looking at the power, the potential power of it, it can run OBS and other things. I say this because it's more powerful than the Steam Deck. Makes sense. It needs to render things twice, so of course, inherently it needs to be more powerful. And Steam Deck itself can run OBS and VRC and stream it and record it, and other games too. You lose some performance, of course, but it's possible. Then we can extrapolate if the Steam Deck can do it. So can the Steam Frame. Of course, I'm sure performance will probably dip a tad. But technically possible. And that is the point. That is the point. Technically is possible. Let me snooze the ad. There we go. I'm sure that in like smaller worlds, if it's just you with an optimized avatar, maybe with a friend or something, that actually would be possible from within just the frame. Otherwise, might be tricky. Also, the Steam frame, I was doing some ballpark calculations because of the Steam Deck and so on, and other devices, and you can just run VRC, the PC version, on the Steam frame, no issues. You just can't go to places with too many people, because that'll fill up your VRAM real fast. Real fast. So ignoring that, if you're just like hanging out with friends or something, with a few friends, or just you visiting worlds, the frame is going to be enough to just visit places and checking them out, which is great because, for example, yeah, VRAM's a real killer on frame and a machine. It's different. So the way the Steam frame works is actually the way the Steam Deck works for VRAM and regular system RAM. It's shared. It's a unified thing. The system dictates how it wants to use it, right? So, for example, um, let's assume, like, for example, you use 4, or VRChat is using, like, 4 for the VRAM and the rest for regular, which is right now how I have my Steam Deck set. I have my Steam Deck set to have 4 gigabytes of VRAM, and the rest is system RAM. And it's perfectly fine. That can probably work if it's you and just a few friends in optimized avatars. And maybe small to medium worlds, you'll be okay. But otherwise, yeah, just sharing 16 gigabytes with everything, VRChat will fill things up real fast. But one thing that can show the performance of the Steam frame, considering the specs, and just looking at the specs, right? It should run Cyberpunk, and I say Cyberpunk because it's a good benchmark game to test something's power. If the Steam Deck can run Cyberpunk, and the Steam frame, technically, on paper, is a stronger performant device than the Steam Deck, then the Steam frame can run Cyberpunk for sure. Standalone, no PC necessary. You probably shouldn't enable ray tracing. The big advantage that the Steam frame has in relation to the Steam Deck is because its GPU, which is the Adreno 750. Thank you for the follow, Penitence. Say is that the Adreno GPU it has, which is the 750. Where is the stats for it? I put it here. Yes. The actual GPU stats for this monstrosity. Go down. It has actual hardware for ray tracing. The Steam Deck does not. So technically, you could actually do ray tracing on the frame. Take care, Penny. Thank you for being here. I put in so much work whenever it's used. I feel like it could solve the energy crisis. That makes sense, yeah? I think this case is that the on paper also has actual examples put in things. Like this chipset that the Steam frame is going to use is the same as this phone. I'm not kidding. No. Mm-mm. It's the same thing as the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, which can indeed have like super beefy things. So you know. So considering it's like the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, no, I'm not cute. I'm just me. That's just me. I'm just myself. Yeah. It's just me. It's just you silly dumb boy. So this is gonna be a very interesting thing. And you do it cute. What? No. Mm. Meh. Mm. So I think this is gonna be very interesting. I think a lot of things are gonna change. No, it's okay. Um, I think it's gonna change a lot of things. I think there's a really good chance that just the Steam machine alone, the Gabe Cube alone, is gonna really shift things in general for what, like I was actually talking about earlier. This graph here. This is usually the state of games now. Like, this isn't even just with Arc Raiders. It's just being this example. They use Arc Raiders because it's one of the few that we know the information. There's another game. Shit, I forgot what it was. I was talking about it like 2 weeks ago with a friend. It was Battlefield 6. Like, Battlefield 6, like 60% is Steam. Battlefield 6. 60% was Steam. And this game is 70% is Steam. Look at these here. This is not. It used to be the reverse 2 years ago. It'd be like PlayStation at 70, Steam and last with maybe 10%, and Xbox with the other 20. It just everything shifted. Everything shifted. Completely. Everything shifted. And if everything is done right and Valve plays their cards right, it can shift even more because of this nice little device that will definitely, for the power it's going to have, it's probably going to be cheap, comparatively. It'll be a nice entry-level, good performant PC that people can just buy, and then they don't even need Windows because this thing doesn't have Windows, If that shift starts happening very visibly, what's going to happen is that all those publishers and stuff that insist on anti-cheat stuff for their things, to purposefully block Linux, not because it doesn't run. Again, Destiny 2 example. Before they blocked it, it worked on the Steam Deck and on Linux, and then they decided to block it. Because, yes, before they decided to block it, it was fine. So it's not even that things don't run. Publishers are blocking it out on purpose. So, if this thing just grows, all these things, Steam Deck is already giving it a lot, but if all this changes, then it gets to a point that they can't block Linux anymore, because then they start losing sales, So that's kind of how it starts going. Like when I heard that Battlefield 6 doesn't work on Linux, and me slowly starting to convert everything I have and do to Linux, and it doesn't work, I'm like, oh, I have no interest in the game then. It's okay. Arc Raiders works in Linux, so I'm fine. If I want to play a shooter, I got Arc Raiders. You're fine. I don't need Battlefield. It's okay. So and it's gonna start causing these situations, where people are like, I have this system, it doesn't work, or I'm thinking of changing to this system, it doesn't work, then maybe I won't buy the game, and that's okay, that sort of thing, right? Is then people just want to be able to play their thing. And the systems they have, they're open. They can modify and adjust and do everything, you know? Like, why, you know? If I'm converting entirely to the Linux stuff, why would I buy Battlefield 6? If they ever change their thing, sure. Until then, nah, I'm good. We got our creators. We good. We got our creators. We got Ghosts of Timor for the VR side of this style of game. You know, it's fine. No need. Battlefield. I'm good. So, and this with others like Valorant. I don't care about Valorant. Even less that Riot as a hate boner for Linux. Like they actively do it on purpose to not support it, and that's their thing. That's their stance. Just like Bungie. Bungie also has a hate boner for Linux. So the only Destiny game I can actually play decently is it was there when I showed it a moment ago when I had, oh god damn it, that's you know, when I was showing that I have Destiny Rising here. I can play this. I can play this on Linux because it's not Destiny 2, and it's the Android game that runs on Linux. So, you know, it's a thing. I mean, wait, what happened? What did I do by accident? I clicked something by accident. I don't know what I clicked. We're good. We're good. I don't know what I clicked. It's fine. Like, you know, like No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky runs. We're good. People like me from a PC is one part gaming platform, part web browser, and part glorified typewriter. Steam hardware could conceivably replace. Yeah, but absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and it's even the thing like I was saying earlier, right? And they actually show it themselves. Let me show it again. You know, here I am. This is a Steam Deck. You know, so it's a Linux device, but it's a Steam Deck. Like, it's fine. Hey, look, I'm gonna work on something. Blender. Blender is here. Imagine. Blender. On Linux. It's there. I'm working on my game. Godot. Boom. There we go. Unity also installs in Linux, by the way. So if someone wants to do stuff um, with with Unity and Linux, they also can. But Godot is, you know, very easy to install. Oh, I need to do this thing, like, you know, the typewriter thing you were talking about. It's okay. Here we go. LibreOffice. We open LibreOffice and writer document. There we go. Did you know? I don't care. You know, there we go. I'm sorry for the flashbang, okay? Sorry for the flashbang. And we have LibreOffice here. And everything else from the LibreOffice, like their equivalent to Excel, which is the calc and whatever, you know. It's here. It's okay. You want like Minecraft, here we go. Prism launcher. Boom, here we go. We have stuff. This is actually for our community server. There we go. It's here. We good. See? Immersive shaders, launch, boom, Minecraft. That's working. We're good, you know? I think for me that might interfere with his multi-monitor setup. Pixel TVs have 4 monitors, but no real adaptation. Oh, you're fine. You can do that. You can do that. Yeah. You can. So, how can I explain this one? So, Linux works multi-system. You're fine. Yeah, if you already have Kitty Plasma, then you're fine. Yeah, it's straight up the same thing because it uses Kitty Plasma, by default, at least. But like you can do multiple things. Like, for example, it has multiple USBs, so you can just grab um, a USB hub that has HDMI or DisplayPort, and you do that. You just because it allows daisy chaining HDMI connections. So you can have multiple, like it has two native ports, at least if we're talking about the thing, you know, the Gabe Cube, the Gabe Cube. So considering the Gabe Cube, it has two native ports, but you can add more through the USB things. So having 4 monitors or 6, like I have, is possible. You're just seeing one. Don't worry about it. You're just seeing one. Don't worry about it. I actually have 6. It's all possible. It's all possible. Worry not. All absolutely possible. So you'd be fine. You'd be fine. You know. And if you want other games, oh look, the Heroic Games Launcher. Just install the Heroic Games Launcher. Actually, I have 6, and my roommate makes fun of my setup. I know, right? The others are smaller monitors, like tablet size, that I use as backup for certain things. And smaller things. Like I have 3 main ones that are the 3 larger ones, right? And then 3 smaller ones. They're like the backup ones. See, and this supports, this is not for Steam. Heroic Games Launcher is for everything else. If you have Epic Game Store and GOG and Prime Gaming, this is it. In this case, this is it. This is where you go to grab your GOG stuff and games and so on. Use these things to make it all work with the necessary device. Linux is no longer a monster. Got enough for back or 1 monitor as an ultra wide. Oh, so technically it's 2. Technically it's 2 and 1. I see it. I see it. I have all of those. Thank you. So you know, so it's SteamOS is not a monster. It's not a monster. It doesn't. It's as complex as you want it. If you want a simple Linux experience, you can have your simple Linux experience. If you want a complex, in-depth Linux experience, you can have that too. And I think that's important. Everything is open. You go as deep as you want. You want to stay simple things that you can just use and blah, blah, blah. You can. You want to go deep into it? You can as well. And that is perfect, you know? It's the beauty of the device being completely open. Which is what matters in the end, right? I'm gonna close Heroic. And go back to the thing. Here, there's actually a nice video. Video, you know, it's not a video. Here. It was in this thing. If you go to the Steam machine thing, it actually shows the thing being used as a computer with a dual monitor setup, for example. They're just showing the dual monitor because it's what's supported by default. But the back area of this here has a USB-C, which you can put and attach hubs that have other HDMI ports, so you can multiply your setup. Technically, you can do it from the front ones too, but that's what the USB-C is there for video out. So if you want to have video out, just grab your hub that has multiple HDMI ports. They exist. Connect it here. You have your extra monitor ports, you know? So you're perfectly fine. Everything is okay. And this is like a super compact and amazing PC. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's really nice. It has a little bit of everything, and it's all here. A little bit of everything. Everything is here. Everything works. It just works. You're good. This is by the way, this is cute. I love this. This is amazing. It has a good humor, and it's just adorable. It's fucking adorable. More to read, more to learn. Yes, yes. And it's a PC. The important thing is, it's not a console. The gaming mode to simplify the friction of starting a game is there. But it's still a PC with a full desktop experience, as you could see. Let's go out of the law. Let's go out of the law. So it just works, you know? It's all here. It's all good. They actually show the example of Blender and Godot, which is, you know, exactly the examples I gave, so... So, you know... And you can customize the platings of the thing, you know, and stuff, and it's cool. It's nice. It's okay. You want to connect it to your, you know, monitors, you can. You want to just do what you can. You're good. It's okay. You're good. I think Valve is actually doing something very interesting here. Doing a very open ecosystem, you know. Very open ecosystem. Where everything is connected. And things just work with stuff without a big issue because they're just gonna work and that's how it is. And boom. That's great. I think they're doing a great job with this. I think they're doing a really good job with this stuff. In my opinion, of course. I think they are. I think they are. Is this a separate image? It's not. Okay. We're besties. We're besties. So yeah, I think, yep, I'm looking forward to all of this. I'm particularly interested in this. I'm particularly interested in this, and on the capabilities of expansion of this. That's a non-Windows OS muscle in on Windows. I'm game. That helps with that. Would be nice for the assumed Windows element of computing. I think it's already starting. I think it's like Linux usage is going up, and a lot of people are dismissing the 3% on Steam, on the Steam hardware, the Steam survey. A lot of people are dismissing the 3%. They should not. Why? Because let's think about it this way. It's 3% of millions of people. Even the 3% of millions is several tens of thousands. That is big. It's a big number. People are just looking at it from the 0 to 100, but no. From the 0 to millions. Slowly for Linux and managed to stay in business. Yeah, there is a big, the customer base is there. You know? It's just there. It's okay. It's getting better. You know? It's getting better. Like, you develop for these things. Like, you develop for whatever. You know, it's getting to a point that you don't even need to do 100% native Linux client because Proton just does it for you. And when it doesn't, the few times that it doesn't, the few times that it doesn't have a native app for it, you're okay anyway. You're okay anyway. Because, you know, Proton does it, and the ones that do have it, they work even better if that's even possible, right? There's an example of this with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 already worked pretty well through Proton. And then what did they do? They released a native Linux version, and performance went even higher. It already performed better on SteamOS and Linux using Proton, meaning it was still the Windows app, to call it something. But the moment it became native, the performance went even higher, which is crazy when you think about it. Because then you think, how much is Windows holding everything back? If Proton, which is just translating Windows to Linux, is faster, and then if it's native, it's even faster, you know? And when you start thinking about these things, you can definitely tell and agree that Windows is a worthless piece of shit. I said it. I'm proud. Windows is a bloated, worthless piece of manure. Yeah. So there's that. You know. And that's basically the entire thing. Anything is Proton helps with Linux devs who click compile for Linux and then in there. So many games for Linux are better on Linux than the Windows app. Yep. That is true. It's an interesting thing, you know. It's an interesting thing. They didn't do the specific things, but you know, like in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, yes, they absolutely bothered. So the actual Linux version was properly optimized for Linux. It wasn't just compiled for. It was properly done, so it just runs. But you know, it's Baldur's Gate. You know, it's different. The devs are not poopy pants, so makes sense. It makes total sense. So it's nice, yeah. Let me see. Time. 9 a.m. We've been going for 5 hours talking about this and going in depth into this, which is great. I don't think there's anything else I might be missing. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to open that. I don't know what's gonna happen. Open mine. Yeah. Something Mac users complain about for years finally came true. There's more Linux support than Macs these days. Yes. You damn goddamn right. Oh, I'm not following Valve in my gaming account? That's weird. I'll fix that. I didn't even know I was not following Valve in my thing. I fixed it. I did. On my gaming account. Imagine. But anyway, with that said, I think this was a very thorough breakdown of everything. I compared with existing devices. I talked about potential performance stuff and compared with other equivalent systems or similar enough that have similar systems and extrapolated from it and stuff. I think I was as thorough as I could be with the info we have now. Comparing with equivalencies and so on. I think I kinda went okay and did the best I could. I hope. My conspiracy Microsoft bought the Call of Duty push to never support Linux. I mean, they own Activision, so I can see that. Call of Duty is by Activision, and of course, you know, they since they own Activision, that you know, makes sense. That's actually a thing that I can see it. I think it's more than a conspiracy. I think it's a certainty. I think at this point that is a certainty. I think. Yep. I do believe so. I think you're onto something there, Ryan. I think you're onto something. Which is nefarious. Is nefarious, but I think you're there. I mean, it's more than a theory. It's a known, measurable fact that MS is trying to rule out Linux. They're failing. Like they're failing pretty bad. They're failing pretty badly, and I think I think Valve with the GameCube is about to eat them alive at their attempt to do PC PC console hybrid with the next Xbox that they already said is going to be over 1,000. And this thing is definitely not going to go over that. This is going to shit on it all over. Like, the GameCube is just going to shit all over it. Absolutely. No questions asked. Thank you for the follow, Chitoy. Welcome to the stream. Bye bye. Hope you're doing well. Hi. And I think an ad started. Shit. God damn it, ads. No. No. I mean, this seems give me the PC out here. This would be done. Make a PC with strictly predefined capabilities and drives for gaming. Yeah, exactly. But still keep it open so you can use it as a PC if you want to. But yep, I absolutely agree. That's why I think this is gonna just wreck everything. That was scaring me that time. Nice. So yeah, I think with all this info here, I think the ad ended. Hi Chutoy, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. So I think we're gonna just 5 hours. We discussed a lot of things and talked about a lot of things. I think I am gonna end the stream for now. But it was fun. I hope you all enjoyed all the stuff we talked about. And all the details and all the discussion and all comparisons and performance stuff and so on. Hope you enjoyed it. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for our support. I love y'all. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you all later. Bye bye. Okay, wait, where's the button? Bye everyone. Is this the button?